towards Belarus after 2020? Over to you.
Okay, so thank you very much, not only for coming, not only for accepting my proposal, but actually to forcing me to write a paper and to put it down on paper what I was researching for the last 7 months. So I'm very grateful for that. Now, what I am researching, so basically we have a situation on the neighborhood with Belarus. So 2020 we had those rigged elections and the biggest political crisis in Belarus's history, massive protests, and Mr. Lukashenko, the president, the illegitimate president of Belarus, has lost more or less all of his legitimacy. So we had a sanctions regime coming back, which kind of was more or less we knew. It has been going back and forth. But we have also new things, right? So we have also new things like influx of refugees, especially to Poland and to Lithuania from Belarus, about 60,000 in Lithuania, which is quite big. We also had an escalation of the confrontation with the West through these three countries. Belarus was trying to confront the West through Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland. So, for instance, the famous case when the Athens-Vilnius flight was hijacked by the Belarusian Air Force, brought down, took one opposition leader from there, and then released. So the plane belonged to Ryanair, but the plane belonged to Poland, and there were about 140 citizens of Lithuania. And then we also had another, the weaponization of migration, where the Belarusian authorities brought in with aeroplanes, with airlines, migrants, people trying to flee Iraq, mostly Iraq, and Pakistan. They brought them to Minsk, and then with taxis brought them to the Lithuanian and Polish border. And after the 2022, the third phase of the Russian-Ukrainian war was the military dimension here. So these are the facts, and what I'm saying is that the West in general, and especially these three countries, are pursuing a policy, let's say, of maybe say coercive diplomacy, sanctions diplomacy. So the question that I'm asking, you know, might these three countries be certain gatekeepers for Belarus? In terms of entering the Western market. Of course, they may not preclude financial flows, etc., but judging on some media reports that the potential closing of the border, of all Western border for Belarus, including Ukraine, would be completely collapsing effects of the economy, and how Lukashenko acts as well shows that there is some claim to that. So I was trying to view how Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia were conducting its policies after the 2020 political crisis, and to what extent they were cooperating between themselves, and to answer the question to what extent they were trying to be those gatekeepers for Belarus in terms of the West, and to what extent they were leveraging their power. So, on another hand, if you look more theoretically, you can also look here at the case of two small states, Latvia and Lithuania, cooperated with the middle power. Now, the question might arise whether we can treat Poland as a middle power, because it's not often, right? You don't see it quite often. Why? Because, well, there are three ways how to define a middle power. One is from a positional perspective, its place in the international system, its economic capabilities, etc. So, if you look from a European perspective, I would say Poland satisfies this positional criteria, right? It's more or less of the size of Italy and Spain, maybe not in terms of GDP, but in terms of territory size, in terms of its armed forces, not excluding even those new ambitions to purchase them. But most importantly, I would say that Poland is also shown, which also is related to that positional definition, that it is able to affect the international system. We can remember the Eastern Partnership and how Poland was engaged there, but also even the latest phase of the Russian-Ukrainian war, because if we remember the spring of 2022, Poland was sending weaponry which were viewed very, not skeptically, but with certain fear in Washington, right? So Poland was actually pushing the red lines and sending more heavy equipment than other Western states. So I claim that Poland, falls into this positional definition. Secondly, it's behavior. So, I mean, there's a lot of debate on what defines as middle power behavior, but if you'd say like one of those definitions is like say enhancing of the liberal order or the US-led order. So Poland more or less, especially in its eastern neighborhood, is trying to fulfill that role. Now the third definition is ideation. That's one of the reasons why probably Poland is not treated as a middle power, because Poland very rarely treats Poland as a middle power, though during the last month you can see various exceptions. And you very often see that, how to say, Poland is called a middle or treated as a middle power by others. Though again, the recent defense contracts signed by Poland with South Korea, and South Korea is an established middle power, shows that there is some movement going on here. So I claim that in this scenario, in the European context, we may call Poland a middle power. And also I see some gaps in the literature as well. So one thing I see that there has been, I see, but maybe you have noticed somewhere else, relatively little written on small states and middle power cooperation. Actually, there's more small states and shelter-seeking great powers, middle powers and great powers. There is a reason for that. We'll be talking about it shortly. And there's also little written actually on Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian cooperation in terms of Eastern policy in general. You can find lots of pieces on Polish-Lithuanian relations, Polish-Latvian relations, Poland's foreign policy in general, but not in terms of that. So theoretically, how I see it. So as my wife, who is also a scholar, said to me, well, if there's no literature, there's probably a reason. And it's often the case, she is right. So why there is little written on small state and middle power cooperation? Well, if we look from the small state perspective, okay, so one of the dominant approaches is shelter seeking, right? So small state might view middle powers as not strong enough and not being able to provide that shelter, right? So that is one thing. Another thing is that there are some, and I've find some in some literature again. In the paper, there are those references that actually sometimes middle powers and small states can be competitors in terms of status seeking, in terms of getting more resources and attention from greater powers. So, but I've also found a paper written maybe a few months ago by Pedersen, where he shows the example of how Denmark behaved when after Brexit, right? So Denmark treated as its certain, according to him, as its treated Britain as its shelter, because Denmark is also relatively Eurosceptic. It does not want European federalization, but Britain left. So what to do? So it kind of created a shelter of smaller states, right? And in that way, it joined, how to say, forces. So it did not want to go alone and block, but it kind of created, let's say, a group of states. So based on that, I came with the first hypothesis that maybe, in a sense, if small states fear that the shelter is going away or it is banning, or like Brexit, so maybe they might see in that situation middle powers as their potential shelters, and then they might be more prone to go. Now another thing is middle powers. So here, when it comes to middle power behavior, I've noticed there are theoretical approaches and there are various thoughts that actually middle powers can work as a certain intermediate or interlocutor between great powers and small states. And for instance, Joshua Stero is writing that he even used the Polish case, right? That, I would say, it worked as a joint between small states and the United States and created this bigger coalition. There's also what's his surname, just not to pronounce it wrong, Struja des Wieland. He's also created this theoretical model where he shows how middle powers are in the middle and they're how enforcing the international order. So in that context, I came with a second hypothesis that middle powers are interested to cooperate with small states in order to maintain or strengthen the liberal international order. So again, based on your critiques and comments, I might change that. So I come with these two hypotheses, and then I went on to view how Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland were conducting their foreign policies, and see and compare them, see how much they were cooperating, and then based on that I check how much those hypotheses were commensurate with reality. And again, similarly with Hillary, I also made around 14 interviews with diplomats and policymakers, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. I also checked their public statements, but when it comes to empirics, it's how to say, it's hope it happens. I put a nice picture and the PowerPoint refuses to show. Sorry for that. Latvia, to be brief, Latvia, yes, okay. So Latvia had this mental shift when it really realized that, okay, Belarus is gone for a long time. It enforced EU and national sanctions. The EU sanctions were quite, how to say, nothing new, let's say, asset freezes, etc., but it also enforced national sanctions like breaking several cooperation agreements on trans-border movement. Now, the migration crisis was, how to say, brought some kind of shifts into the mentality of Latvians, what I say, because one decision maker told me that we realized in that context that actually we are not going to Brussels, how to say, to take away decisions, ask for help. Well, Brussels says we'll do that, but they actually come to Brussels and say, you should do this, that, and that, and that, and that. And here, cooperation with Lithuania and Poland was crucial here, and both the Belarusian political and the military elites came to the conclusion that in a military security sense, Belarus is a de facto province of Russia. Now, Lithuania, their view was that we told you so. We told you so that your engagement policy with Belarus would fail. We were right. The goal for Lithuania, I call it regime change, well, officially it's free elections, but we know what free elections in Belarus means, right? Vilnius became an NGO and opposition center, like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya came, the migration crisis. Okay, here, there was also close cooperation with Poland and Latvia, not also in information sharing, but also accepting Polish border guards coming to, let's say, again, I know this moral issues related to all that, but speaking to the terminology, not being a big fan of it, like protecting the borders. And again, post-2022, Lithuania is also, how to say, conducting, increasing its military cooperation with Poland in terms of that so-called Suwalki border. But again, not only in NATO framework, but also on a bilateral level as well. Moving on forward, Poland, again, similar to Vilnius, a capital of independent Belarus. They have Pavel Latushka. They also have national sanctions, and when it comes to national sanctions, what is it? Well, the main sanction national that Poland was used was closing border process. At first, it was not coordinated neither with Lithuania with Latvia, which means that Poland crossed the border and then the flows goes through Lithuania. Further on, they started to coordinate, and we see that Lithuania closes the border crossing Poland, and it's more coordinated. Now, when it comes to the security situation, Poland saw it as an opportunity to become an exporter of security, right? So, commensurate with that theory, I should say, establishing of international order. So, findings. Now, when it comes to how can I summarize the cooperation of Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland when it comes to Belarus, that it was gradually increasing. At first, it was mostly going to Brussels and coordinated actions on sanctions, which were more or less known. Then we have cooperation on civil society, and here's important. Poland and Lithuania especially cooperated there because they wanted to avoid any competition, infighting between those Belarusian leaders. So you go and work there, and again, keeping the agenda of Belarusian democratization on the international scene. Now, migration crisis, it is again, especially from a Polish perspective, putting on the last slide is here, right? So putting Lithuania and Latvia on board was important for Poland because, as we know, Poland had and still has problems with rule of law. So for them, Lithuania and Latvia was important to show Brussels that it's not us Poles again creating trouble. It's actually something real. Defense posture and national sanctions. Now, this is a photo of the meeting of the interior ministers of Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, and Estonia, where they agreed a joint, joint conditions on when they will close the border. So they are coming something which I don't know, I can't say that has never been used in the European Union, but something that has been used very, very rarely here, right? So it comes from, let's say, getting something from Brussels and moving towards working on this bilateral, unilateral format, and then pushing that agenda on the international scene. So based on that, I'd say that the first hypothesis, I would not say that Lithuania or Latvia feared that the US or Germany, because in those countries Germany is also treated as a certain shelter, especially in economical and societal terms, that they're not, they're going away or they will be doing something wrong. But from a, international order perspective, I would say yes. Again, it is now why I say it's international order perspective, because the idea is to strengthen, let's say, the common actions towards Belarus, and what is important to extend that liberal order into Belarus eventually, right? To enforce our rules on Belarus, and that is why I claim that the second hypothesis holds. So I hope I haven't surpassed too much, and I thank you for attention and waiting for your comments.
Thank you very much. Yes, exactly. So now let's open the floor to questions. There are already hands. Yes, over to you, Björn.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I enjoyed all three of the presentation, but I will refer to the first two of them with less a question and more of a feedback concerning Hillary's paper. I would like to ask you, what's your take on Jaren Diamond? He wrote a book a few years ago, Upheaval, How Nations Deal with Crisis and Change. Obviously, his focus was different from yours. You focus on future. He referred to the past, obviously, but maybe there are analogies concerning the psychological emphasis, or in his case, overemphasis in addressing the issues. So you refer to Ricketts, obviously, now in your presentation, but whether Diamond can serve as some sort of a guide in your project. That's my feedback and question at the same time. And regarding the paper of Professor Antonowicz, it was a very coherent, very clear-cut paper. I had a fairly small issue with the second hypothesis, not in its validation, but in its formulation per se. Middle powers contributing to the maintenance of liberal order. That's what traditional middle powers like Australia and Canada do. But as I said on Friday, literature, I emphasize on Turkey, but Turkey is not alone in that. Literature emphasizes how non-traditional powers, how there are newcomers in the game of middle powerhood, and they do not necessarily actually, what makes them different from the traditional middle powers is the fact that they challenge the liberal order. So obviously Poland did try to maintain the liberal order. I refer to issues of non-traditional middle powers may be characterized by democratic backsliding, authoritarian turn, and things like that. Poland obviously that it hasn't reached this problem. So far, it faces certain problems, but obviously you cannot call it authoritarian. So the issue here is whether the question could be formulated in terms of whether Poland is or acts as a traditional middle power or not. I think it would be a more a better way to formulate the question, but that's just an opinion. You can comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. No. Okay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, an announcement. Since 6th of September, Greece is a full member, the 13th member of the 3Cs initiative.
Yeah, it was on the slide, but
Yeah, just to
yes, yeah.
to,
3 days ago.
we are very proud of it and we have to
Congratulations.
say about Hillary. I like very much and I joined your paper. And I like because my point is about groupthink and how you could link foresight with groupthink. In this room a few years ago, Professor Christopher Hill, he was of the opinion that the decision of Cameron to declare a referendum was a product of a groupthink, because there was no resistance in his cabinet for this decision, which, as it proved, was, of course, against, I think, the British interest. The British people decide, but I am not who could accuse the British people. But my question is the following: how is possible, if you could like to elaborate a little bit more, to link foresight, which is in future, with groupthink, which has to do mainly with the psychology of human beings, of the decision makers, and in a group like a cabinet, the people are very, very few, but they are able to decide for the future of a country. So I'm not sure if it is feasible to do something. Please elaborate a little bit more about Mariusz is your first name? Mariusz. Yeah. About hypothesis number 1: small states cooperate with middle powers if they have not find other shelter, if there is no other alternative. I think this is a general hypothesis, because we have some cases which is not the case. For example, we have the triangle cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean between Greece, Cyprus, in Eastern Mediterranean between Greece, sorry, perhaps you are not hearing very well, Cyprus, Israel, and Greece, and also Egypt, Cyprus and Greece. I don't think so this cooperation could apply to this hypothesis, because they have other as well shelters, the European Union, NATO, and so on and so forth. At least for Greece and Cyprus, of course, European Union. That's all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Thank you. I have a question for Hillary, because I really your presentation. It's a topic I never thought about that I know anything about. So this is just pure curiosity in a sense. I work in parliaments, so I saw that in like it was the Foresight committee in a parliament and so on. But my question is, like, if I understood correctly, this Foresight is like instructions manual for different scenarios, like how to do to prevent crisis from happening, and if they happen, what are countries able to compromise and to how to adapt to them in a sense. And do they need like a democratic approval? Like these plans are they usually approved by parliament, or is like a post-crisis approval in a sense? Like I remember, for example, in Spain, during the COVID crisis, there was a state of alarm. There wasn't a need for immediate approval of parliament, but then there was like every 15 days, if I remember correctly, a need for it to continue the state of alarm. So these plans, are they usually or approved by parliaments before the crisis take place? Like in a sense, like we as parliament, as people, approve of this proposed idea in a sense, or is merely at the parliamentary committee level?
I have a question for each, and then we. Yes, exactly. If I may ask you on public opinion, if you could share us a little bit about the link between public opinion and decision making in these states. Does public opinion have a say on decision makers' view or decision making in general, in general, when it comes to security and in relations with Russia, for example? On Mariusz, is Poland in this region of the Baltic states a little bit like Germany in Western or Middle Europe? If Poland acts, these three states need to act. If Poland closes its borders, it will affect all of them. So does it give it really a pivotal role in the region, simply because of its size? And Hillary, on crisis management, I think the Swedish academics are among the best when it comes to crisis management. But the Swedish government is awful when it comes to crisis management. I'm sorry for the Swedes in the room. But what about Estonia? Is Estonia good in preventing crisis from emerging? So, if here you could start the same order before.
Okay, can I also ask them a question to the other panelists?
Sorry?
Can I also ask a question to
Of
the
course,
other
yes, sorry, I didn't get you. Yes.
Yeah, I just have I really enjoyed both your presentations, thank you. I have a question to each of you. I thought your case study is very persuasive, but my question is, in this case, you had the picture of all of the leaders up there, and is Poland's involvement really about a middle power wanting to cooperate with small powers, or is it just pragmatic? These are neighbors with a border, with a shared problem, so can we extrapolate? Does that really lend us to, to theorize more broadly about middle and small, or is it just pragmatic because they're neighbors and they share a border? And I have really two questions, because the first one's really basic. I just wonder which polls did you use?
You will see it in the paper. It was some polls took by companies from each state somehow. You will see in the references. It will be
I would look at it.
Is the one is security environment or separate? Like. Because they are separate, done by different organizations.
Yeah, it's done by different. It's done by different because
national
I
organizations.
So can you compare them? Are the methodologies the same?
Not all of them, but somehow I tried to put some surveys that have the common methodology on each state.
Okay. Yeah. And then the broader question actually that I have is, you said, do the strategic documents reflect the vision at the societal level? That was your question. And maybe it's because I come from the country now that did Brexit and that clearly doesn't know what's good for it. But should the defense policymakers be doing their documents based on what the public opinion is? Because most people in the day-to-day, they care about, where am I going to get my groceries? Do I have enough electricity? Do I have cost of living? They're not really thinking about defense, foreign policy, and so on. So my question is, I think it's very interesting to look at how public opinion matches with the documents, but the question of, do the documents follow what the people think is a problem? I actually think that would be quite dangerous because public opinion can change. But that's my my question.
So now to the answers, you got 3 minutes each.
Yeah, I can be quite quick. So
I will open the floor up for for one or two more questions in the end.
I can be
please
quite quick
yeah.
on mine. So the one on Jared Diamond, I haven't read the book, so I will look at it. But from what I saw when I googled it quickly, he's looking at how crises happen and trying to understand why. But I look at it; it might help to pad. But I'll tie this to your question, Baldur. Like actually, all of you, I only started with crisis management just to make the case that we should be thinking ahead, not responding. So the paper isn't about crisis management. It's just contextualizing at the beginning that because there are all these crises and we're always in reacting mode, we need to plan ahead. So, but I can use these things to pad out the contextualization. And then the second question was about foresight and groupthink. How do we overcome it? I'd say in the paper we talk about two ways. So we do recognize that public administration is smaller and human resources are smaller in a small state. So how do you overcome groupthink? You have to we advocate that policymakers should really think about who they have in the room when they're trying to take decisions. So try to include more disruptors, more people of different ages, backgrounds. So think about the diversity of the mix in the room. But also we argue that documents like the defense concept should be opened up to public consultation process. So actually get public input from academics, from the public, and then decide what you want to keep. But at least you'll have a wider pool than just the people in the elite administration. And we said we advocate putting an Estonian official at DCDC because then you are getting the perspective of international colleagues, NATO partners in particular is something we really emphasize, so you can get that thinking internationally. And we argue that having Estonia there helps combat groupthink in the Anglo-American Western way of doing defense at DCDC, because the perspective of Russia as a threat is very different in Estonia than, you know, a lot of people in the UK were so surprised when Putin invaded Ukraine, whereas people in this side of the world were much less surprised. And the last question was about Foresight plans. Were they approved by? No, Foresight is an exercise. It's looking at these kinds of possible scenarios. Then within those possible futures, how can we generate strategic advantage? So if we anticipate one scenario could be a conflict at sea, maybe we need submarines would create more advantage, for instance. So I'm really reducing it to answer quickly. But then ultimately procurement decisions are taken then by the politicians and the policymakers. So this foresight is an exercise. They don't come up with the specific, buy this telephone, buy this submarine, do this. They look at, okay, if these are the ways to generate advantage, then what do we want to invest in? So the decisions still lie with the policymakers. And I talk about it more in the paper. So then if you want, I can give it to you. And you asked me about Swedish crisis management and Estonian crisis prevention. They're still generally in reacting mode. And at the moment, because of Ukraine, for example, now there's this big spending spree on defense. And our interviewees said, are we really buying the right things? How are we going to maintain it? Is this going to become obsolete? You know, all of these. Are we really thinking properly about the long term? And they don't feel that they are, which is why we're trying to advocate a different approach.
Thank you very much, Mariusz.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the question. Before that, I'll make a comment to my colleagues. One, Andrea, I think the case study of these 5 countries are correct because these are the most active 3 Cs initiative countries, which makes it a valid 2 Cs initiative, right? De facto, then 3 Cs. We don't have much on the Adriatic, though now we have at least a 4th C as well. So I'm really tempted to comment. I'm sorry but really tempted because I actually have a little bit of experience with strategic foresight and small states. Because I am the member of the State Development Council delegated by my university. We had the task of creating the strategic vision, Lithuania 2050, and we are actually using strategic foresight there. So what can I say about it? And it will answer a little bit Laura's question. So one which was useful, we started 1 week after the Russian invasion. And it was useful for us to actually know to say, let's not over focus. There's climate, there's etc. So it had some kind of psychological effect to analyze better. But another good thing was, well, beneficial is not, it's not actually only related to prices more, at least in our case, because for instance, we had a discussion, green, becoming green. Lithuania does not face any, all prognosis says that Lithuania will be one of the least affected countries by climate change. So if you have trouble in Greece, you may move there. But maybe one or two more heat waves, maybe a little bit less snow, that's it. That's all the effect, right? And then the question, should we go green, should we not go green? Maybe we can use fossil fuels because we're small. And after the discussion, we came to the conclusion that, yeah, I'm trying, but it's just intellectual. So we should go green because Lithuanians like to be green, and it will make us room to maneuver in European diplomacy. Now, when it comes to small states, strategic foresight is useful that you actually choose from those trends what will you try to change and what not. So in Lithuania's case, we focused on the tensions between autocracies and democracies, but for instance, we completely dropped urbanization. We felt that it is not relevant for us. Because we're a small state, we became interconnected. Now, two things, realization. So how do you realize that? We came to the conclusion that it's bureaucracy. You have to create the bureaucratic, and it's also a question how to preclude from being in crisis. You have to say, I will say like Trump and the redneck Republican, the deep state word, right? And actually, yes, and we need a democratic mandate. So now it's in the parliament, the strategic vision, and I also got an invitation from, we have a committee for the future in the parliament, which does such things. So maybe that will be something. Because now, to my paper, here, short, liberal order or not? Well, Jordan came first with that definition, emerging and traditional. 2017, then he came back to the conclusion, well, actually, we should drop it, and middle powers are only about liberal order. So I might change, maybe something like changing the national order or something like that, but sometimes, but hypothesis, yeah, but I think what I had in mind, and I maybe specify, is that you have to have at least three categories of state in the equation: great powers, small states, and middle powers. Then those hypotheses start to work. Poland, yes and no, in a sense that, and a little bit question to the Three Seas Initiative, because how the Three Seas, Lithuania reacted to the Three Seas Initiative. It came to Poland and said, don't get us into a fight with Germany. If you are going to fight with Germany with this, we're not into it. So this shows that actually it's not that Poland makes a step and others follow. And another example is with synchronization of electricity, right? So there were issues whether to do it with Scandinavia or with Poland, and it was a fight between the Baltic states. So it's not like that. And it also, and whether it's just pragmatic because they're neighbors. Well, one thing, middle powers, small states, you are a certain prison of geography, right? Because when you study Greece, you have to take into account geography. If you can take into account Cyprus, Iceland, they are islands, so it's another issue. But I would say not exactly, because in that same project, I'm also writing a paper on how these two countries were trying to engage Belarus. Before 2020, there was the drive to push, and there was just zero cooperation. There was completely competition for status seeking. Lukashenko managed to play them out completely by promising that I will privatize this company to you and that company to you, and there was zero cooperation, very, very little cooperation in that case. So I would say that it's not only pragmatic cooperation because they're neighbors. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. I prepared my responses. So, when we talk about the importance of these papers on the governmental level, we can say that the summit of the Three Seas Initiative, there were academic events that was held in parallel. I participated in the organization of one of those events. So some of the works, some of the academic works really reached the state officials. So I think that if we use data we analyze in our analysis, such as these security barometers, somehow this can reach to the governmental level. Maybe the officials will someday take into account the vision of the analysts with the expertise in the political area somehow. And we can see that somehow on the official website of the Three Seas Initiative, we can see an area of academic work. So somehow these works are taken into account. Okay, that was one response. That was my hypothesis. Maybe the decision-making power should also pay attention to the problems that are reflected at the societal level, beyond those that fall into the strategic area at a macro level somehow. And another response that I prepared. I would like to bring up the fact that during the summit, a member of the decision-making part of the Three Seas Initiative brought up the following issue. What will happen if the Russian Federation loses the war in Ukraine, in the context in which China is currently, for example, a real threat to USA? We are talking about its rise, the power. So what position should we have about Russia? We will somehow make a better position about them. They will be partners somehow with us. What position we will have about them? Because after all of that actions that are happening in the present, we will have another state that it will be threat in the future somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we started late, we have time for one or two very short questions and short answers.
Yeah.
Well, to Andrea, coming from Bucharest also, and watch the summit of this initiative, I would like to ask you, do you see any? It's a little bit. The question is a little bit ambivalent, but I will put it. Do you think that we have a kind of institutionalization of the Three Seas Initiative, coming from economic cooperation to the political one? Do you see that we have somehow, what was said by some analysts, that we have a new shape of a new scheme of the New Europe institutionalization, the so-called New Europe? I remind you what was it was an American inspired doctrine of New Europe, but anyway, do you see something similar to that, or we have a pragmatic, let's say?
I will think about it. I try to extend my vision about performance in my Ph.D. research. So somehow I will take into account this question. I didn't think about it. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have had excellent discussions, great presentations. Do you want to say it? No,
please.
No, okay. So yeah, we will start again, if I understand right, at noon. So now it's
the only thing I just waited for you to finish with the panel. If you would like, please, let's step outside so we can all take a family photo. Yes. And this way you can share it with each other. So thank you very much for the great panel.
The caterer.
If you are number two, no, not yet. And afterwards you swap seats. So good morning. It's noon, but still morning. I'm Antonowicz. I'm from the Department of Turkish and Modern Asian Studies of University of Athens. I haven't been here the last 2 days. I couldn't, unfortunately. I wish I could. But enough about me now. This is about our speakers, our esteemed speakers. We have three very nice, very interesting presentations, and we start with The first one, which comes from two people, but only one of the two is here to present it. So it's Assistant Professor Karolina Goron-Tabor and Assistant Professor Joanna Pichowiak-Lamparska. Very good. You're both from the same department, yes? So it's Department of Political and Security Sciences from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Thôrhallsson. And the title is Minilateral Defense Cooperation in Europe as a Tool for Small States.
Thank you. Minilateral defense cooperation in Europe has accelerated during the Russian aggression against Ukraine 2014 and coronavirus pandemic 2020. In addition to enhanced interoperability, joint planning and cooperative capability development, the initiatives improve the resilience of both NATO and the EU. They have also shown that they are a tool for implementing defense and foreign policy. The aim of the presentation is to analyze the minilateral cooperation format in the field of defense and determine whether these formats are utilized by small states. First, the concept of minilateralism will be presented there, then defense cooperation minilateral formats in Europe, and at the end, participation and involvement of small European states in these respective formats. Starting with concept of minilateralism, in the second decade of the 21st century, the current system of international relations is vulnerable to conflicts and violence on a scale we have not experienced for a long time. This is due to its entropic and multipolar character. There are a few main ways in which small states promote their national interests and try to defend themselves in the current international environment. We start with unilateralism, I know. The approach in which a country acts independently and without seeking or considering the input or approval of other nations or international organizations. We know that it's mostly used by great powers like United States during the George Bush Jr. Term, but the Hungarian example, so during Hungarian decision during migration crisis, not putting the wall, show that small states can use it as well. The second is bilateralism, the approach in which a country engages in interaction and negotiation with another single country to address mutual interests, resolve disputes, and achieve specific objectives. They establish direct communication channel and negotiate directly with each other. And the best example for the first and second decade of the 20th century are institutions of strategic partnership done between France and Slovakia, Germany and Czechia, or from Asia, Japan and New Zealand. And the third way is multilateralism, the attachment to big international organizations with either an integrative European Union, NATO, ASEAN, or cooperative nature, United Nations, Council of Europe. Quoting Effie,
thank you so much.
That's motivated me to come to this conference.
Thank you.
Multilateralism fosters binding, inclusive treaties and conflict resolution processes, but it's equally time-consuming, inherently complex due to negotiation dynamics that eventually expand the bureaucratic structure of international institutions, rendering them difficult to reform. The broad-based multilateral organizations seem to be increasingly unable or unwilling to tackle the major security challenge of the day, so Russia, Ukraine conflict, China, Taiwan, North Korea, Myanmar. Formats among the dysfunctional are the United Nations Security Council or broader UN mechanism. Sadly, ASEAN mechanism like the East Asia Summit or ASEAN Regional Forum also fall into this category, as does the G20. The next approach is minilateralism. It focuses on establishing smaller, flexible operational groups without rigid institutional frameworks. The idea of the minilaterals is not new. The concept goes back a long way, like 19th century concept of Europe of the Five Eyes intelligence sharing arrangement born during the Second World War. Minilateralism emerged due to efficiency problem of collective action. Winston Fritz proposed as early as 1988 that the tendency toward minilateralism aroused out of dissatisfaction with the initiate shortcomings and dilemmas of multilateralism. More recently, Moses Naim wrote in Foreign Policy that multilateralism has been stagnant and a prolonged period of time and will not yield effective results, and thus minilateralism is a smarter way of doing things. Researchers Primo Braga and Alexander Yates, Chris Brammer, Miles Scaler, Wang Xiaowen also show that. Minilateralism can take various forms, ranging from regional center outfits to functional issue-based coalition of the interested, identity-focused bloc of like-minded allies or partners. Minilaterals can be networks, not blocks, making it possible rethink regional geographies. List of minilaterals format is long. Archie Tirker in the paper from 2021 analyzes 20 of them, indicating 9 minilaterals for security cooperation that were created in years 2016-2021. The most prominent recently are Asian Quad, involving Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, and like-minded G7. There are disagreement between scholars as to the number of participating countries required for an arrangements to be identified as small multilateralism or minilateralism. Primo Braga and Alexander Yates propose that a minilateral agreement consists of 2 or more partners, while Thau argues that they usually have 3 or 4. Gujing understands a minilateral mechanism as cooperation among a small number of participants, usually only 3 to 5 members. Zhang Yong believes that the number of participating countries should meet the 3 or more requirement. Bhuphinder Singh and Sarah Teo, minilateralism refers to cooperative relations that usually involve between 3 and 9 countries. Su Zhenghe has a different view, proposing that the criteria for minilateralism should focus on the form of cooperation rather than specific number of participants. Moses Naim, that's the most famous definition of minilateralism, argues that minilateralism as a policy prescription must bring to the table the smallest possible number of countries needed to have the largest possible impact on solving a particular problem. The core characteristic of minilateralism, and scientists agree on that, are efficiency, flexibility, and exclusivity. In East Asia, the minilaterals have mainly taken the form of trilateral groupings. Trilateralism has increasingly been gaining popularity and seems to be more adaptive than the other forms of minilateralism in addressing various security and functional issues. The development of minilateral initiatives is identified mainly in the Indo-Pacific area. In Europe, things are different. First of all, in Europe, the minilaterals have a strictly regional character, acting within 2 consolidated multilateral structures, the EU and NATO. The European countries tend to create regional organizations that are based on values, not only interest. Going to the minilateral defense cooperation, we found and we researched 7 of them that met our criteria. First of all, they focus on defense cooperation, not security, but defense, and has started after 1991, so after the Soviet Union collapse, has been created only by the EU members, current or previous one, UK, and were not inspired by the EU or NATO institution. So we start with Baltic cooperation. In 1991, so from the beginning, the resolution on development of a joint defense concept was prepared, and then 1994 the Baltic Council of Ministers was created, so the institutional framework. It consists of 3 states, 3 of them are small states, so Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, Its regional center organization is, and they have some vivid initiatives like the Baltic Battalion, the Baltic Naval Squadron, the Baltic Air Network, and the Baltic Defense College. Second, we have the Organization for Joint Armament Cooperation, and it was created in 1996, but the legal status is was done in 2001, and we have here 6 states. 4 are big, 1 middle, and 1 small. But we took the definition very simple, because I deal with regional organization, Dr. Joanna Pichowiak-Lamparska, with minilateral format. So we took the simplest definition of small states we could take. So a population less than 10 millions, we call it small states. And its issue center organization, it's concentrated on a defense common procurement. Then we have Central European Defense Cooperation, year 2010, 7 states. All of them are Central European, and all of them were part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. Poland is Poland has status has an observer status. Is more active after has been more active after 2016. So after the migration crisis, is based on rotating presidency, and its issue center platform works like a forum to discussion about the EU and NATO issue. Then we have the Benelux Union. We know that the Benelux Union is quite old regional organization, so was created after Second World War, but trilateral cooperation in defense started 2012, and it consists of 3 states: Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. It's regional center organization, and the aim is to bring military forces together. Then we have my favorite one, so the Visegrad 4. It started in 1991 as a triangle because of Czechoslovakia. Then the aim was to join together to EU and NATO. When they joined in 2004 all together, they decided to cooperate as well. 2014 they did agreement about defense cooperation. The Visegrad 4 consists of 4 states, so Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, and Poland as a middle. We have 40 million, Czechia and Hungary more or less 10, Slovakia 5. And this regional center organization working as a platform. There is no solid institutionalization of this organization. The most vivid is the EU battle group in the defense. Then we have the Bucharest 9 initiative, and here it was created 2015. The initiative was from Poland and Romania. We have 9 states here, 7 small and 2 are middle power. So Romania more or less 20 million and Poland more or less 40. And its issue center platform is called the Voice of the Eastern Flank in the NATO. And the last one is European Intervention Initiative. This is a minilateral or small multilateral. It consists of 13 states. We have 4 big, 2 middle, and the rest is small. It was created in 2017 by the speech of Emmanuel Macron, but formally has started in 2018, and its issue center format, and it's a coalition of like-minded nations led by France. And of course, there are other minilateral defense cooperation in union formats done with non-European countries or non-EU member countries, like 5+5 defense initiative with Spain, Portugal, small country, France, Italy, Malta, small country, and Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Mauritania, Tunisia. The nice one, Nordic Defense Cooperation, NORDEFCO, so Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, and Norway. And this one is, again, the basic was regional cooperation. Then we have Community of Portuguese language countries, done by Portugal. Then we have the Southeastern Europe Defense Ministerial process, and Greece, Cyprus, and Israel trilateral political and military cooperation. Talking about small states' involvement in minilaterals, 2 out of 7 minilaterals are done only by small states, but 6 out of 7 minilaterals are done only by small and medium states. Minilaterals in defense are part of a deeper regional cooperation, Benelux, V4, Baltic 3, or are only the platform for discussion on the consultation mechanism. And what's the most important, they are not against EU and NATO. They show the small countries' commitment to small state, to defense cooperation in multilateral formats. And the last comment is to the Mariusz hypothesis. I think it's not that the small countries cooperate with middle powers only when they are not having a big country to be a shelter. They cooperate just to show their commitment to the EU or NATO, to the multilateral formats that way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. That presentation was very compact, to the point, and you didn't exceed the time limit, which is very good.
I practiced yesterday.
Very good. I'm thinking I'll keep that question for question time, because I'm thinking of going backwards in time. That's in history, and I will ask you about some organizations that existed back then, whether they would fit in the unilateralism concept. So we move on to Mr. Nikolaos Vlachakis. That's the next presentation. Mr. Vlachakis is a Minister Plenipotentiary for Public Diplomacy from the Embassy of Greece in Bucharest, in Romania. His presentation is titled "The Soft Power Strategy as the Optimal Choice for Small States and Middle Powers in the New Phase of Globalization, the Role of a New Public Diplomacy."
Well, unfortunately, I have just the second part of my presentation in this in the PowerPoint presentation, but I'll try to present the theoretical framework, and I'm very glad to succeed Carolina, because in one or another way what she developed here fits with the theoretical framework I want to present. Presenting all these minilateralism, it somehow, I think, I didn't know that, but I think in many forms, this concept of minilateralism fits with what I want to say. I will start saying that my main assumption is that the pandemic has provoked a crisis of hegemony of the global order. The concept of the Gandhian permanent peace outlined for the entire post-war period a normative ethical model in international relations through the generalization of the power of political liberalism, but also a code of conduct of dialogic and consensual ethics in the relations of states based on common values, such as of maintaining peace in a climate of no-war. But how can this be possible in the era of globalization, the main characteristic of which is multipolarity, the emergence of non-state actors, the reduction of the power of traditional national states as the various processes of regional integration that take place constantly changes the balance of power. Transferred to the international level, it turns out into a typical crisis of hegemony of the international system. The EU is in constant dilemma of deepening political integration, is on the other hand experiencing a controversial Hamiltonian moment as it hesitates to proceed with its federalization. China, on the other hand, despite the effort to improve its international image and now having technological superiority and an active export policy, does not seem to possess other indicators of power and political influence. And if the US crisis marks the beginning of a post-Western world, perhaps Hart and Negri's view that the empire can no longer resolve its crisis with mediated schemes that substitute for the terms of conflict is probably vindicated. The question which I pose as a hypothesis is the following. Is a war like those of the 20th century possible again? The Greek philosopher Panagiotis several years ago had formulated the opinion that the war of the future will take various forms in order to capture the hostile relations of various political subjects, while speaking of a multipolar world as its successor of a bipolar one is rather inappropriate, since ensuring order in the major areas of conduct between the opposing hegemonic powers will exacerbate these conflicts. And such a major area of conduct is Ukraine at the time being. What happened with François Heisburg also in his recent book Le Retour de la Guerre, The Return of War, claims that the shadow of war is now present, from conventional wars to the ideological confrontation between the United States and China, including this one, the war of cyber conflict. I don't want to mention the consequences by the Ukraine conflict. If I'm ready to discuss it if you want, but I want to go to the current trends in international relations today, according to my paper. The current trends that tend to prevail in the modern world order are the following. Climate change will bring about radical restructuring in the fossil fuel economy. In economics, the future of the non-liberal deregulated model as the dominant model of globalization, as it has been shaped in the recent years, shows its first serious crack. But globalization does not end. Perhaps the phase of hyperglobalization is ending now. And at the political level, the future of nation-state, in the wind with that of liberal democracy, faces repeated crises of legitimacy. In international relations, directly in the wind with the future of globalization is the issue of the political hegemony of the West and Euro-Atlantic sovereignty. Fears of Chinese predominance in the global system raises questions of leadership in a new multipolar world, and the prospects of the EU in such a context, they will be tested. Another consultation I would like to make is that we have the transition from the international society to the global community, referring to the transformation not only of the relations and the intensity of the interconnection, but qualitative transformation of the nature of the interdependence among the different actors, state or non-state actors. I will remind you here the modern world system, the theory of Emanuel Wallerstein, which divides, classifies the state actors to the co-states, the semi-peripheral states, and the peripheral states. In my opinion, this classification could easily correspond to the middle power state theory, so as the co-states are the big powers and the semi-peripherals are the equivalent for the middle power states, and the peripheral states accordingly could be considered as the small states. In this framework, we have to re-examine the new role of the middle power states. In a recent article in Foreign Affairs, June 2023, Blanchett and John Stone have written that the role of the middle and small powers is increased in this new notion of the international community, despite that the superpowers' importance remains always vital. In this sense, we can speak that we have a new role of the middle and small states, which is underway to produce a model of different integration that this one after the Second World War. A model which probably will delegate some countries to play an intermediate role between the big states functioning as this actor leading process of globalization, which means states globalizers and the peripheral or semi-peripheral states on the other hand. In the same framework, in the Financial Times recently, Alec Russell writes that "Go is the age of a prefix menu of superpower alliances. Rising powers are forging new partnerships, playing big nations off against one another in the meantime, highlighting the new and multifaceted diplomatic world born from the US-China stalemate. This new, less regimented landscape most obviously benefits the global south, the so-called global south. Their heightened ambitions will be on display in South Africa, were displayed in South Africa in mid-August at the summit of the BRICS nation in Johannesburg. For the political scientist Ivan Krastev, Bulgarian political analyst, we see the age of the middle powers. The word middle, he stresses, refers to their position in between the US and China rather than they waited. Here I will refer to the autopoietic attribute of the international system, which leads, in my opinion, toward a new multipolarity. Niklas Luhmann, German sociologist, he has elaborated the legal system as an autopoietic system, from the Greek word autopoiesis, which means self-making. The term autopoietic system derives from the Chilean biologist Umberto Maturana and Francisco Varela, and was introduced in 1972 publication Autopoiesis and Cognition, the realization of the living, and defining the self-maintaining chemistry of living cells, and refers to a system capable of producing and maintaining itself by creating its own parts. The concept has since been applied to the fields of cognition, systems theory, architecture, and sociology. In such a systemic ontogenesis that we see today, nowadays, in the international field, the role of middle power and small states has been seen in a new light and to be re-examined. This kind of systemic ontogenesis, in my opinion, referring to the Niklas Luhmann concept, could be seen to the 3 Series initiative, to the Visegrad 4 also, which is a kind of non-institutional, but it is autopoietic, let's say, subsystem, to the and even to the case of the BRICS. Under this scope, new alliances on a regional, transnational, and international level are arising, having as the main goal of their raison d'être a functional, performative goal of their fulfillment, which is based in the so-called coalition-centered approach. In our opinion, if we admit that the demand for multipolarity is becoming more and more accurate nowadays, and is going to replace the old bipolar world order of the Cold War era and the West unipolarity established after 1989, then we have to admit that the autopoietic method of building coalitions is the optimal strategy for these middle power states. They want to be protagonists in the new reality of the international relations. Consequently, a kind of variable geometry is the way this new multipolarity is being shaped. For having this coalition-centered approach, we need a political process and a skillful political leadership aimed to build up alliances among the states and combining very often antagonistic national interests and goals. In this approach, the soft power strategies, as defined by Joseph Nye, are of major importance. Soft power is getting the outcomes one wants by setting the agenda and attracting others without threat or pain. It co-opts people rather than coerces them, says Joseph Nye. Therefore, the soft power strategy is the optimal choice for the middle power state to exercise not anymore a role of complementarity, but rather an assertive and active playmaking in the international field. And having said that, I want just to go through this definition of the new public diplomacy as the political process by which we can build political coalitions in the international field. For public diplomacy's main goals are in the following. We have nations soft power in the field of political dialogue, both bilateral and multilateral, trade and foreign investments, the establishment of links with civil society groups. These are the soft power skills. But also we have the hard power skills, which it is based in the ability to manage political and military alliances, the conflict prevention or military intervention. But public diplomacy is increasingly prominent in bilateral relations, but it is actively pushed by international organizations today. Public diplomacy can be seen as a more cooperative form of engagement in the foreign relations, promotion of good governance, transparency indicators, and positive image building for a country, and particularly for a middle power or a small state. A political leader may even engage actively in public diplomacy on international level with the aim of influencing both the foreign as also the domestic public opinion. The example is the United States president in exercising public diplomacy for world audiences, something that I have named it as global presidentialism. There are some public diplomacy and foreign policy related concepts, such as the cultural diplomacy, but the aims of public diplomacy should not, however, be confused with those of international lobbying, which aims influencing at the policy-making process. Public diplomacy can be used for the purposes of policy-making, but it's a different method and concept than this of lobbying. There are some relevant but not identical concepts with the public diplomacy, such as propaganda, the nation branding, which is more commercial, and the foreign cultural relations, which refers to what we mentioned before as cultural diplomacy, etc. There is an overlapping between the cultural relations with the new public diplomacy, but I'm not going to go through. Structuring a public state rhetoric, which is a very important element in this new role of public diplomacy, we have to build new narratives. I give you an example here, building a new narrative from this. In my opinion, Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis' speech to the 57th session, 75th session of the United Nations was an example of how we can build, according to the reality, can build a public state rhetoric and new narratives. He uses after the pandemic, it was exactly during the pandemic, and he uses the concept of Aristotle about the nature, that nature forces us to innovate. Choice doesn't come into it. On climate change also, he uses this Aristotelian concept on biodiversity, on global health, etc. And of course, it was the Salamist victory the same year that helped to pave the way for the foundation of classical Greece and the birth of democracy and the rule of law. Justice was an example. Also, the dialogue and understanding was the values-based foreign policy that he wanted to stress on. And the Greek-Turkish relation, of course, they were also mentioned here, presenting the arguments, the Greek arguments on that. This is a very good example of how we can build new narratives for each country. This was for another case. We use also the academic works, such as Mark Mazauer work on during the crisis. The first is a fragment by him in an article written during the economic financial crisis, and the other is the Greece created by the revolution, by the same author, having stressed the importance of Greece to the European history. Building new narratives and old stereotypes. The book of Roderick Beaton, which is a book which is scientifically very well documented, and it is a good example of how an academic work can be useful for projecting this with a spirit of objectivity, of course, because Roderick Beaton carries his story into the present moment and Greece's contentious post-recession relationships with the rest of the European Union. Main conclusions of how we can use the public diplomacy, but coming back to my previous analysis, I want to make a combination of both, and I would say, concluding that a paradigm shift is more and more evident in reshaping the global order toward a new kind of multipolarity as a successive scheme of the previous bipolar and unipolar. But it remains to be proved if this will prevail or not, and if it will lead to the creation of new political coalitions and institutions based on a new balance of power. Soft power skills, this is the second conclusion, of attraction and persuasion become more important. According to this conception, the good transformational leadership is not so much to inspire people with a noble vision, but involves creating and maintaining the systems and institutions that allows effective and moral implementation. Leadership in this sense is another way of governing, different to the hegemonic forms and absolutely compatible with the democratization of international relations. The counter-argument to this optimistic vision is the autocratic tendencies in many non-liberal countries and the rise of a multipolar system which, instead of being based on a more democratized world system, tends to be more oligarchic and on a global level, and with the new technologies being in service of less accountable systems of political control and manipulation. And finally, for this reason, the democratization of the global authorities, as they are articulated in the system of the United Nations, is more than urgent. It is a high priority for making possible what is called world citizenship, democratic peace, and global democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blahakis. I think we have a few questions on the role of diplomacy when we come down to questioning. Let's give the floor now to our last for this session speaker. This is Ms. Eleni Maria Karapati, who is an instructor of economics and negotiations at City Unity College, and she's also a researcher in the research program on the theory and practice of international relations at the Institute of International Economic Relations here. The title of her presentation is Middle Powers and Interregionalism, the Case of MICTA.
Hello.
What is yours?
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Mr. Tsardanidis, directly for allowing me to present this research. This is a research project that we have conducted last year as part of my internship here at the Institute. I was assisted by 3 amazing undergraduate students that I publicly thank for all their help. I will start the presentation. I was planning to start the presentation with a bit of introduction, but all the speakers so far have covered explicitly why middle powers are important, why the new world has changed. So I'm not going to tire you more I would go straight to the link between interregionalism and minilateralism. It was very well pictured by Professor Carolina. I'm sorry, can you pronounce your name? What minilateralism is, and practically we've combined the concept of interregionalism, which is about cooperation among different regions, with minilateralism, the multilateralization process of policies, export of policies, and we've used a theoretical framework that can help us assess, it can assist us in assessing MICTA's potential of influencing global politics. So our framework has 3 pillars, you cannot see it. So we have the features of the formation, we have several features, structural features that they can help the formation function, the consistency of the group, or the overtime stability, if you may, the existence of a common goal, and the internal decision-making system that can either help or put burdens in their functionality. And we have internal facilitating factors towards reaching common positions over certain matters. We have the leadership or the chair effectiveness as equivalent, and of course cohesiveness. And then we have the external facilitating factors. Here we've connected the formation with IOs, and specifically international organizations that they can help the policy obtain a certain level of legitimacy. We can have also 2 kinds of legitimacy. Also, the scholars know that there is also a third one, but here we only have 2 of them because MICTA is an informal organization. So we've made a small assessment of the input legitimacy through assessing the inclusiveness and the representativeness of MICTA, and then the output legitimacy in terms of its effectiveness. There's also the through output that is based on the procedures. It's connected to decision making, but in order to assess it, you need to have a framework, which in this case we don't. So what we did, methodologically speaking, we gathered secondary data from articles from peer-reviewed journals, academic textbooks, and open databases. We also conducted a research, active research on MICTA's website, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of MICTA members to see what they say about MICTA. But the information was not enough. So we've decided to conduct interviews with officials from the Greek embassies, from MICTA members' embassies in Greece, and we've used the thematic analysis. The problem with this approach is that apart from the ambassador of Indonesia in Greece, all the other officials did not want to speak on the record. So I might use some of their sayings, but I'm not actually allowed to say which one said that, or photograph them in any way that we can recognize them. But these ones were the ones that actually gave us the most of information, the most of insight. So what we have found. First of all, I do not assume that all of you know what MICTA is. I didn't know personally. I haven't heard of it prior to coming here to the Institute. So MICTA is an informal formation, meaning that there is no treaty, no legal framework to dictate its operation. And it consists of 5 middle power and emerging middle power countries. To touch you, I've never questioned the middle power category of these. I just took it for granted that they are all middle powers or emerging middle powers, because that is what we found in the literature. So namely, we have Mexico, Indonesia, the Republic of Korea, Turkey, and Australia, whose initials actually form the abbreviation MICTA. What is the inclusiveness and representativeness of this formation? So we did, in order to assess the inclusiveness, we did 2 aspects. We saw 2 aspects. First, we have the economic aspect. MICTA represents 7% of the global population, and it contributes by 8% to the global GDP. And even though MICTA's average GDP per capita exceeds the world's average GDP per capita, we can see significant variations among the members. We have member states that they have a higher GDP per capita than the world's average, like Australia and the Republic of Korea. And then we have countries like Indonesia, that they are poorer. These variations and these we can see them also. They're evident when examining inflation, employment, growth rates. So from an economic aspect, we can conclude that MICTA is inclusive. That it's not a formation of countries that they're only rich, or they're only poor, or they're like underdeveloped or developed or developing. They have a little bit of all. But it's not only, this is one aspect. We also have the cultural aspect, which is quite as important. Professor Thôrhallsson, the day one, said that the cultural aspect is usually or almost neglected when examining international relations. But especially when we're talking about institutions and formations of countries, the cultural aspect is quite important, especially in MICTA, because if we understand the cultural background of these countries, we can understand how MICTA operates. So we have the spectrum of collectivism and individualism. We can see that there are countries in the formation like Australia that they're purely individualistic countries. Also, there are Aboriginal communities inside that they are highly collectivist, but the majority of the countries self-identified as individualists. We have traditional collectivist countries like Indonesia and Mexico. And then we have two unique cases. We have Turkey, which is usually put in the collectivist side, but because they are so close to the West, they are often affected by the individualistic culture. And we have the Republic of Korea, South Korea. They are a collectivist country, a collectivist people, but they show signs of individualistic through the cultural expression, like K-pop, K-series, K-movies, K-cosmetics. So from a cultural aspect, we can see a tendency towards the collectivist spectrum with a hint of individualistic. So yes, from a cultural aspect, MICTA is also inclusive. As for the existence of a common goal, yes, there is a goal. It is clearly stated in MICTA's vision statement. MICTA will promote global governance and complement the efforts of regionalism. And later on in the same document, we see that MICTA will act as a catalyst or facilitator in launching initiatives and implementing global governance reform. So we can see a consultative approach to what they want to do. They don't want just to multilateralize their decisions or their policies by using an IO establishment. They want to act as a mediator, a facilitator, consultative role. How do they achieve this goal? They host meetings. The most important ones, where all the decisions are made, is the FMM, Foreign Ministers Meeting. They're held thrice a year. They meet once in the margins of the United Nations General Assembly, one in the margins of G20, and one in the country that hosts, that it's holding the presidency for the year. I'm going to talk about the presidency in a while. These meetings are followed by a joint communiqué about what they have decided, and they discuss an agenda which is quite wide, set by the presidency each year. Before the foreign ministers meeting, we have the senior officials meeting. If you want an equivalent to the EU works, this is the Euro working group. They prepare the FMM. They held their meetings prior to the FMM. They form the agenda, and usually they invite a NASC. NASC is a National Assembly Speakers Consultation. They invite, or might invite, ministers, parliament members, representatives of civil society bodies, that they can contribute to the work. If a NASC is held, if a NASC is taking place, then a non-paper is issued as a result of the meeting. But apart from these meetings that only the 5 countries are meeting together, we have other meetings. We have meetings within the margins of international organizations in all 3 major cities that the organizations have their headquarters, New York, Geneva, and Vienna. We have meetings, collaborations between the embassies in 3rd countries. We hosted here one last November, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the embassies of the MICTA countries came here, gave us a speech, and then we had to enjoy their lovely traditional cuisine. And they collaborate with other civil society bodies like think tanks, academic institutions, universities, research institutes. They invite constantly people to take in and share their perspectives. But these cultural events, they actually promote MICTA as a formation. Now, decisions are made based on consensus, which is proven to allow open, constructive dialogue and allows great flexibility. And the country that holds the presidency acts as a chair and facilitates the dialogue. The presidency is quite interesting because it doesn't resemble the presidency we usually see in these kinds of informal formations. It has a duration of 1 year, so there is like a time frame. It's a rotating, but not one after the other. Rotating in terms of MICTA means no country can have 2 years in a row. The countries voluntarily pose themselves as candidates for presidents, for chairs for the next year. It is decided within the FMM, the last FMM, that it's held in the host country. And every member can pose as a candidate. They just, if there are 2, they just discuss based on consensus, see who is going to be next. The responsibilities of the president are mainly bureaucratic, administrative. They organize the meetings, they maintain the documents, they keep the records, and of course they run MICTA's website, which is bring us to the actual role. MICTA's presidency is not the group's leader. This is kind of weird for an informal organization, especially if we see how other informal establishments work. One of our sources, the anonymous source, said that the MICTA's president is not even the first among equals. They are just there doing a secretarial job. They are responsible just to organize the events. The leadership is group-wise. They all together decide and they all together act as the group leader, which is something that we have seen in management, especially in the last few years, but it's the very first time that we see in an international establishment like an informal formation. That arose the issue like, okay, if there is no formal legal framework, if it's not someone with the authority, how do we ensure that all countries keep up with the mandate, that they implement the same policies? Ambassador Junjunan of Indonesia actually said that despite the informality, the others will follow, purely collectivist approach. And why not? If we see the agenda, it's all topics related to soft diplomacy, culture, education, human rights, sustainability. There's no reason to argue, there's no reason for someone to pull off. And based on the consensus rule, if someone doesn't agree, we just drop the topic. We do not discuss it this year, it's okay. The thing is that each country that holds the diplomacy, and that was verified throughout the interviews that we've conducted, is that they combine, when holding the presidency, their country's individual agendas and interests with MICTA. So they use MICTA as a vehicle to promote their own individual interests. And of course, there is some share of expertise, but this is what they did inside the UN. They've concerted actions led to the election of Volkan Bozkır from Turkey as the 75th president of the United Nations General Assembly. Each country, they decided that they would like to have a Turkish president. The country separately worked with all the other networks that they were in and they could influence, and eventually they succeeded into electing Volkan Bozkır. The MICTA is supportive to the UN, which is shown by numerous things that they have done. I have all them. I don't go through them one by one. In the WTO, the World Trade Organization, they show similar interest. They hold workshops, thematic workshops, where they discuss, again, soft diplomacy issues around electronic commerce and women in global value chain. And through that, they show, or they believe they show, their commitment to multilateralism and democracy. That's what they believe to. Because when we're talking about Turkey and democracy, views are a little bit challenging. The most interesting is MICTA within the G20. So the data is until January, so this year. So I haven't included the new additions to the BRICS, but we can see the G20 countries, we can see the G7, the BRICS and the Russia that is was acting as a mediator between the G7 and the BRICS. And we can see that all MICTA members are members of the G20, meaning that we have a new formation within the G20. One of the officials said, and I have quoted word per word, that the core is hard in the G20 and the flesh is soft. So if you ask yourselves, like, will MICTA take one step forward and start to work and cooperate on military issues and things like that? Forget it. They say that the flesh, the outside of the G20 is soft. Is on the soft side, and it will remain on the soft side despite what the G20 might turn. MICTA members believe that the G20 is dictated by the G7's agenda, which has turned to be more hard. So they are the voice of reason inside, that we will keep our soft side. Conclusion. I won't take long. So if we see the potential, like on the analytical axis that I've said earlier, we can see that the group is consistent, that there is a common goal, and the decisions are based on the rule of consensus, meaning that all these three contribute in a positive way to MICTA's potential. If we go to the leadership, they function under group leadership, which can be really helpful when working on collaborative environments, which is a positive outcome. But when it comes, okay, it is cohesive, yes, but when it comes to the external environment, the multilateralization process, we can see that there is a little bit of both. They have good relations with the IOs, but the IOs are not in favor of multilateralization of MICTA's agreements. They do not trust that much MICTA in order to let them have their consultative role. So that creates a little bit of chaos. In terms of legitimacy, we can see that it is inclusive, it is representative, but the consultative role they try to achieve is on the neutral base. Yes, the signs of plus are more in the column, but that doesn't mean that MICTA will influence global politics, because the invisibility actually is the most negative aspect of this formation. It has great potential. It has, and it was shown and within the UN at the election, but it was also shown by Turkey's initiative for the Black Sea grain deal, that it was decided in the margins of G20. And one of my sources said that it was because Indonesia had a great problem with the lack of food that made Turkey trying to approach Russia and have this deal, which eventually didn't work. But they wanted to do, they do have the potential to do it, but they stay invisible. And this invisibility is the greatest downfall of MICTA. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I exceeded the time that much.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You're perfect on time. Perfect on time. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have a good 25 to 30 minutes for questions. So let's begin.
Thank you very much for your very informative discourse. I would like to know if the information is available to you, whether this formation, which is completely informal, as you say, could have could be the first step towards a hard diplomacy issues related to the multilateral and multi-centric world system. Many analyses show that we are entering. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, please. Yes, you first and then...
Okay, so
we start from the back.
yes, thank you. So I have comments, questions for all three presenters, so thank you for your presentation. So for Professor Karolina Gavantamor, would you say, I mean, could you elaborate maybe on the issue of connection, unilateralism, and multilateralism? Can we say that NATO's strength is the strength of all the multilateral alliances, that they actually should look below them? For Mr. Vlachakis, next week I'll be having a seminar on public diplomacy with my master's students, and I was perplexed because I thought, well, and maybe you as the practitioner may say something as that as well. You know, AI. We already had in the Russian-Ukrainian war artificial message by creative, where Putin commands his soldiers to surrender. We have the Polish election, parliament election. We already have users of AI there. So, and the point is, you know, we see with social media where people become more relative, post-truth, don't believe in anything. With AI, I think it will be square, quadrupled. So, what's the point? What is the point of public diplomacy? Maybe I don't see it. Maybe you see it. And for Ms. Kalahari, I think that, well, I thought that maybe if you look, because you've said that, you know, you don't put on the definitions whether they are middle powers, but if you look and I start to question, and if you take into mind capabilities, then you might even find the answer why they're invisible. Because you said, okay, so diplomacy and human rights and sustainability, but if you look at Mexico, I mean, as far as I know, it's on the verge of bringing a failed state. You see, one of the MICTA members is not able to implement human rights and sustainability. Maybe that explains a little bit why others in the world don't see that. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think there is a gentleman there first.
It's very brief, just to thank Professor Kalafati for your contribution and precisely for taking into account the BRICS as a relevant actors in international relations, despite 2 days ago some professors said here that BRICS are an irrelevant actors in international relations in an impulsive or compulsive intervention. Thank you.
A question. I know that you are dealing with unilateral theories, and I consider you as a specialist. From your study, could you tell which is the added value of MICTA on unilateralism?
Okay, we have one more for this round, and we have more questions. Another question.
This one's for MICTA as well. Since the core of this, let's say, alliance or collaboration, right, is on the soft power side, I just couldn't understand why all these officials refuse to respond to your interview.
It's not obvious.
Start with Ms. Kalafati, and then we'll
Give
move on.
me 5 minutes.
I'll follow what Professor Thôrhallsson did earlier, 3 minutes for each, so that we have enough time for more questions.
Well, let me take these one by one. So first question was about the formality and will they ever become more hard? Well, they don't want to. They want to stay on the soft side because in the soft side things are easy. They do not get to answer the hard questions. They don't get to get involved with hard politics, geopolitics. They're all discussing things that
the majority of the population agrees on. Now, it is true that some countries do face a difficulty in implementing what it is discussed, but at least they show the willingness to change, the willingness to cooperate. So for that matter, they, at least as far as I'm aware of, what they have told me so far, they don't want to step to more hard issues. About the capabilities, yes, indeed, they might explain the invisibility. We need to expand the current study, and we will expand the current study, because this was a result of 6 months or 5 months of work. So there are issues that we haven't analyzed properly, but we will work on that, and that's why we do want your input and your expertise and your thoughts on that, about how we can expand this topic even more. I will leave Professor Thördani's question for last one. Why all the officials want to remain anonymous, I sincerely do not know. They didn't want to.
That, I guess it might be related to the war in Ukraine, fear of spies, something, because it's also in other regions as well. You see that.
Maybe because they were public servants, they either had to take too much authority into that. Like they could speak, like the ambassador of Indonesia. Indonesia had has the presidency for 2023, so he thought that it might be his place to talk about everyone. Other countries, when we had these informal interviews, we did have a lot of input because they could speak freely. But there were some officials that they said, okay, I need to contact my superior to get approval. And in this case, what we got back was generic. We couldn't use it. It was just everything that we could find on the internet. So I don't know why. Maybe there were legal restrictions and things like that. But the thing is that they will eventually speak openly. Now, last question, which is the added value of multilateralism? Well, when we start talking about multilateralism, we can see all kinds of views in academia. There are those who insist, like Professor Korontabor said, that we have different, we cannot even agree to the number of countries, let alone if it is something of a cooperation structure. Is it a new multilateral wannabe? Is it formal, informal? I've read a paper that insisted that preferential trade agreements can be unilateral formations, like the EU can act as a unilateral formation given the world. So we cannot see just one side or the other in that. I'm really open. I consider all these previous scholars to be true. Like multilateralism is what you believe it is. But I've analyzed with the same framework. MICTA was the third organization. I've used the same framework to analyze the G20 as a whole and the EU as a formal institution previously. So I came to a conclusion that multilateralism has faced certain burdens in terms mostly of legitimacy and legitimization process. They can have an agreement over something, but unless an international organization says this is okay to be adopted, for the rest of the world, it's just another cooperation. Another 5 countries came together and thought about something. They don't have this value. Examining MICTA, we saw a different way of working, a different procedure. They are so different, the members among them, and they can still cooperate. It's amazing to me how these different countries with different backgrounds, different economic structures, different foreign policies can agree and collaborate on other fields. For me, it's more like an example, to follow in international cooperation. When you meet your enemy, you can still have room for cooperation. You can rely on soft power in order to tackle hard issues. You can maintain good relationships with countries that they are not that close to you, not even culturally close. They do not belong to the same region. But still you can find a way to promote collaboration and cooperation. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay,
To a certain extent.
We'll move to Mr. Vlahakis.
Yes, okay, I have just one question to answer. What's the point of public diplomacy? I suppose you mean what's the point of public diplomacy after having seen all this war propaganda regarding the Ukraine and...
No, I mean, with currently still, but when artificial intelligence...
Yeah, exactly.
Speed,
exactly.
Exactly. What will be the role then?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I would like to mention that about the artificial intelligence. And it's not only the artificial intelligence, it is the hybrid threats, it is the fake news and the spreading fake news. The truth is that we are living a new reality in all these technologies of information and misinformation. But it doesn't, this fact doesn't minimize the role of the new public diplomacy that I mentioned. It happens the contrary. I mean, it maximizes the role of a credible public diplomacy. Whether we have an algorithm which is spreading very fast fake news, and we have to tackle it one or another way. You have to do that. It's not a technical question. It is a technical question. I'm not a technician to answer this. This is a question which the scientists of informatics are concept. But what it refers to the context, it is the job of public diplomacy to do that. Not the technical question, but the context question. So if you have to tackle the issue of artificial intelligence, of fake news, you have to do it by the most credible way you can do it. And this is the only way to do it. That is an active public diplomacy. It's not by coincidence that I refer to a kind of state public rhetoric. Why? Because this is quite important as a point of reference for the states, leaders, and for each nation. All of us, we remember some very, let's say, important moments of the world rhetoric, as it was the "I Have a Dream" by Martin Luther King. This is, or in the antiquity, it was the Pericles speech after the Peloponnesian War. We have some very important moments of the state rhetoric. And this is, we have also in the case of Russian-Ukrainian conflict right now, we have the speech by Putin in the Munich conference of 2007. So it is important because this is having this public diplomacy always, because you have the context in which a conflict or it is presented, or the framework in which something it occurred in the international relations. With the artificial intelligence, it's not only a risk, it is also an opportunity. Why? Because with artificial intelligence, we are able to attend and have a better monitoring in spreading the disinformation. What we could do with with the staff of 100 people, 100 people watching a disinformation campaign of given state, you can do it just by 2 or 3 staffers, and with the help of the artificial intelligence. of course, the artificial intelligence also put too many risks. It multiplies, let's say, the risks that the spreading of disinformation is going on. So you have to have, technically, you have to have counter, let's say, counter replies to this risk. In any case, what is my, in any case, the role of the public diplomacy is not diminished because of the artificial intelligence. At contrary, I think that it becomes more and more important and more vital. It is, of course, the technical question, but the contextual question is more important on this aspect. Now, if I reply to your question, it is a challenge in front of us, but we have to face it technically and contextual.
Okay, we move on to Professor Baldur.
One question is NATO's strength in multilaterals. NATO's strength is in cooperation, and NATO acknowledged multilateral format, accepting the German idea of NATO framework countries, NATO framework nation concept. So it was idea from 2013, accepted by the Wales Summit 2014. So now we have in NATO cooperation between Germany, Romania, and Czech Republic. There is a joint expeditionary force done by UK and other countries. Maybe it's not strength, but cooperation is NATO's strength.
Okay, so we have time for 2 or perhaps 3 more questions. I think you have one.
About
so
MICTA and the institution of MICTA, maybe it was in your interviews with the members of MICTA. Does MICTA want like go level high, like organizing the? I know that there are different regimes, like presidential in Turkey and parliamentarian in Indonesia. Does MICTA want to go level?
Formal.
Yeah.
Well, no, they don't.
Okay.
That was clear. They believe that if they change from an informal formation towards a formal institution, part of the flexibility will be lost. So,
do you think this is why people don't really know about? I mean, everyone knows BRICS, you know, everyone knows Quad, but I don't know about other people. I hadn't heard of MICTA before this presentation. So, do you think they do that on purpose to keep the discussion?
No, because they want to be visible. They do want to be visible. But they don't want to have like a formal structure, a legal framework to dictate how they will operate.
But for example, Visegrad Group is not institutionalized. The foreign minister meet more or less the same twice and before the meetings, important meetings, but they have the same cooperation of the president's level and the prime minister level. So it's not technical level.
Gentleman wants to ask a question.
Before, I've asked you whether soft diplomacy within MICTA can become a step towards hard diplomacy. My point is, in terms of the discussion you're having with the professor, my point is that one of the meetings is within the G20, and G20 refers to a clear stepping stone towards multilateral, multipolarity in the world system. To me, MICTA is it's an attempt to cover true willings towards hard diplomacy cooperation between these countries. Me.
Before you answer that, do we have any other questions?
I think it's quite relevant. Would it be fruitful to examine MICTA whether or not it is a soft power mechanism? instead of soft power. Sharp power, meaning that it has soft power characteristics, but it has entryism as its basic aim to promote national interest and in a corruptive way. It's close to, it's not hard power, but it's not soft power. It's
like hard ulterior motives behind the soft.
The term exists in IR.
Yes.
Okay, and I have a question for you
Together with the smartphone.
as well.
Yes.
So my knowledge on minilateral groups is minuscule. It was just enriched with your presentation. But I'll take you back in history. You mentioned that first example of minilateral group was actually 1948, the Benelux countries. What about if we go back in 1934 and 1937, there are two treaties. There's a Balkan Pact and there is the Treaty of Sardabad, which were actually defensive groups for very weak, militarily weak countries, that they were obviously in view of what was coming. Could we take these groupings? Well, they failed anyway, but they the countries decided to group themselves together at that point. Could we actually include them in unilateral?
Yes, we can, and we can add here the legal intent. So that's the cooperation between Czechoslovakia, Romania, and France during between the two world wars. So it's not new concept.
It's not new concept. Okay, thanks. And
I need to answer one
you need
more
to answer-
question, right?
yeah, it's two in one.
Two in one. So the truth is that we don't have that much material from MICTA in order to see if we can find something more. They are not that active. We keep a close mind in the joint communiques and the non-papers that they're issued, and we even somehow each country portrays MICTA on their websites of their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was quite interesting. I haven't included it in the paper because I couldn't find enough sources for Indonesia, so I dropped it off. Each country sees MICTA under a different perspective. And that's obvious if you see the websites. Indonesia does not mention it at all. At all. In this, I don't know if it's something that it's policy-wise or capability-wise, because their website is not that developed. They don't have the resources to do so. That's why I've dropped it. If I don't have information for everything, I cannot assume that they don't mention it so that they don't want it. No. The Koreans put more faith into the cultural aspect. They talk about only the film festival and the cuisine fair and things that they're related to culture. The interesting part was Australia, because they have devoted a specific section on their website devoted to MICTA. And it was the speech of a former minister of Australia that actually hinted that through MICTA they can force bilateral agreements on other fields, hinting that they might have other types of interests that they can serve through this formation. But that was just a hint. We don't have enough. We will pay close attention to that now that we monitor it and now that we know that it exists, and see how it goes further in the years. Okay.
We have one last question.
To Nicholas, you said about Chrissy's initiative, saying about women's photovoltaic system. And I have the same question as you asked to Andrea. Do you believe that, or what is your opinion about a higher level of institutionalization of 3C's initiative? Does 3C's initiative need it or not?
Well, Yeah, I think what we watched last week in Bucharest summit, that's what I mentioned also to Andrea during the break. It is that we see a process of further institutionalization. For example, it was put the question that we have to make a secretariat. The first step going to a kind of institutionalization in the international field is creating a secretariat in each organization, as you know. The same might happen to MICTA also.
Yes.
Well, being very sincere, when some years ago when this initiative started, I thought it was just an economic issue. Now, after the realities, and I said it in my presentation, after the realities we have after the Ukraine-Russia war, I think the security issue in the Black Sea, particularly in the Black Sea, but being in relation with the other seas, let's say, the Baltic and the Adriatic Sea, and also the Aegean Sea, being added with the dimension of the Greek membership right now, we see that this economic interaction, one or another way, pretends to be institutionalized and to be more politicized. So yes, we have the will for going further with this within a more political cooperation to deepen the step of integration. But being very sincere, I'm not the same. It happens with MICTA. I think it is included in what we say as a coalition building in international field. But the teleology of the scheme, I'm not sure that it will be fulfilled or not. The same happened with Visegrad. I was as a diplomat some years ago in Budapest. I saw a very clear intention of Visegrad 4 to be somehow an informal but a constant mechanism of consultations. The political evolution after that in several countries like Poland and Hungary, it doesn't, and the different ambitions, national ambitions, it didn't permit to go further, but the mechanism is still there. So in this kind of ontogenesis we have in the international field, somebody has to examine it in relation with what is going on in at least 1 or 2 decades with this kind of integration processes. Some mechanisms they are arising, some others they are deleted. So this is a dynamic process in any case. 3Cs initiative, I see it as a kind of cooperation between the countries, but mainly with the economic infrastructure attitude more than other. The security is maybe the security factor is maybe now it's actual, but I'm sure that it will continue.
May I add a final comment?
Okay. Very quickly, because we don't have much time, there's one more question.
I will allow questions first.
No, please.
About something Mr. Vlahakis said about the coalition building and multilateralism. To me, these are two different things. The coalition is formed by countries that they do have the same interest, but at the same time they tend to have the same position over matters. Unilateral formations, on the other hand, they might have a common interest, they might have a common goal, but they do not necessarily have the same point of view or the same policy over a matter. That's the core difference between them.
And yes, first of all, thank you very much for these very interesting presentations and papers. And I have a very quick question for Mr. Vlahakis. I'm not contesting it, but if you could please explain what made you choose Emanuel Wallerstein's world systems theory, which is basically a sociological theory to explain the capitalist system and most of all international development, and has a lot of Marxist undertones, in order to explain the rise of middle powers. I mean, this struck me. I'm not contesting it. I found it so interesting that I would like to see how you combine it in order to conceptualize this framework.
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly, I will say that the classification of what I found is the classification of Wallerstein's theory about the co-states, which I named them globalizers. And I mean the big powers, the semi-peripheral states, which are the middle power states, somehow they can fit in a relevant concept, and they can correspond the semi-peripheral states of the term of Wallerstein to the theory of middle state theory, and the peripheral states, which are the small states. I made this assumption after I've seen that even Ivan Krastev, the political analyst, argues that today it's not the weight of each country or the economy or the population which is the classical classification, let's say, for naming one country big or small or middle, but it is well, Krastev said in this conflict about United States and China, how each country's political position, this would lead to us to re-examine the classification of middle, etc. My opinion is that it's up to the political influence of each country in international field, which is more, and that's why I am giving much importance to the soft power characteristics, which means the political influence of each country, for being classified in one or another category. But coming back to Wallerstein theory, I think it's a hardcore theory about this sociology of international relations, which the other theories somehow are corresponding one or another way. And my opinion is that the middle power states are exactly what, in this sociology, exactly what Wallerstein named as semi-peripheral states.
Thank you for your response. Just quickly, and I will give you just an opinion in case it informs. In my view, this approach contests the polycentric world order, because Wallerstein's theory conceptualizes the world order in a very different way. So it goes against what we have the dominant paradigm right now about the polycentric and the emerging powers. Yeah. So maybe this is something that you would like to check.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
Thank you as well for the explanation. Very, very interesting approach.
Thank you very much to all three speakers. Very nice replies and to the point. And I think we need to break now for lunch because everyone is eager to get something to eat.
Let's move on with our last panel, titled New Directions in the Diplomacy of Small States and Middle Powers. We've got four speakers in this panel. I'm Panagiotis Tsakonas, and I'll be chairing this panel. I have had some noticing the panel. I have had some second thoughts with Mr. Ekaterini Patrikiou to be the first speaker, but
yes,
that's okay. Let's follow the.
Yes.
Given that there is a review of.
I will follow orders.
Okay, so since you follow orders, come on.
Okay.
Democratic process. I just proposed.
Yes. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, they were moved in order to accommodate.
So, Professor Baldur, are you hearing?
Yes, Professor Tsakonas, I can hear you.
Okay. We'll move on with Mrs. Ekaterini Patrikiou, be the first speaker.
Okay.
Of you. there is a new reorder of the panel, given that
I just need some help because I don't know where my presentation is. I've sent it here. Yes, yesterday I sent it here, but how can I find it? Yes, yesterday, don't you remember? You sent me your email and I forwarded it. So until we find it, I would like to, I don't know what to say, to apologize in advance because I don't have your experience, of course. It's my first paper here regarding small states. I'm here to learn something from your experience, and thank you very much for this opportunity to stress myself, to explore my limits, and to study further small states. Thank you very much.
Good. But the idea for you to be the first one,
yes,
was really to provide us with a state-of-the-art overview, or review,
state-of-the-art, okay,
or review of the role of diplomacy and foreign policy in small and medium or middle powers.
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll proceed with the rest of this.
Okay. Just a technical question, since we are four, do I have 15 minutes or 20? Because it's 4 of us.
Well, it's 2 hours, really, so it's 20 minutes.
30 minutes maximum, yeah.
Maximum.
Yes, thank you very much for the time myself. No, it's okay. So, thank you very much for being here. My topic is about diplomacy and foreign policy in small states and middle powers. I have tried to limit my question in challenges and opportunities. I follow the order of my presentation here follows the order of my final paper. So I have the introduction, a theoretical framework, then an historical context, then I talk about regional bodies and their influence, European regional bodies, and then diplomatic innovations within the European bodies, then some challenges and opportunities, I have some case studies, some implications for the future, and then my conclusions. Regarding introduction, I'm talking about Europe, European diplomacy, regional bodies and diplomatic innovations. This means that Europe is a rich mosaic of nations which have evolved out of the ruins of other empires, like the Austrian or Ottoman empires. There's an ever-evolving diplomatic tapestry, and there are always implications for global politics. Regarding European diplomacy, we've got historical legacies. We've got some post-Cold War dynamics which still affect global diplomacy. We have unifying frameworks, and nevertheless we have some unity and diversity. This means that even though we have some differences, our states, there's always a common aim, this unity. Now, regarding regional bodies, we have some diplomatic mechanism, and they are, for example, EU mechanism for decision making exemplify the power of small nations in shaping policies that impact the entire region. Then we have OSCE. They focus, these institutions focus on security and cooperation, and it provides a forum for resolution and dialogue. This term regional bodies encapsulates the diplomatic mechanisms that promote cooperation, dialogue, and conflict resolution in Europe. Finally, regarding diplomatic innovation, small states and middle powers demonstrate agile responses by leveraging soft power strategies, cultural engagement, and needs diplomacy. The use of digital platforms for diplomacy and the cultivation of green economy initiatives illustrates the evolving nature of diplomatic tools. And collaborative diplomacy amplifies their voices
of small states in power and maximize their impact on the international states. Now, regarding the theoretical framework, I don't dare to comment on this. I know about realism and neo-realism, constructivism, and I have analyzed it in my paper, and I think we should go on. Or if you have some questions regarding this, we could discuss it afterwards.
There are one or two points you'd
Yes.
like to highlight.
Yes, of course. I could, like the ones that I have written here, like the international system is inherently anarchic and states prioritize their national interest within power dynamics. And constructivism, the role of shared values, identities, and norms in shaping international interactions. And then about liberalism, the significance of cooperation, international institutions, and interdependence in shaping global dynamics. And neo-functionalism, the progression of integration from economic collaborations to political and security cooperation. Of course, I'm free to discuss it afterwards. Perhaps you disagree about something I have written here. Regarding the historical context of European diplomacy, we've got the pre-World War II era where small states emerged from the remnants of old empires, like I mentioned before. We've got small states and middle powers with strategic positions, and these middle powers, they emerged as vital mediators. And we've got diplomatic initiatives and strategic calculations. Then we've got the next period, it's after the war and the Cold War, collective European aspiration for unity and security, and diplomatic acumen displayed by small states and middle powers. And then the post-Cold War and the EU expansion, where small states and middle powers shaped a more integrated and culturally cohesive Europe. Now, I've analyzed some European regional bodies and their influence. For example, EU, the greatest, of course. It emerges as a powerhouse. We've got, there's an harmony among member states, irrespective of size, that drives its efficacy. Its structure guarantees even the smallest participants a resounding voice. We've got the decision-making mechanism and the power of the small, because we've got qualified majority voting. I don't need to expand on that. And this means that lots of small states form a strategic coalition. Then I have a case study about Estonia, because this is the striking example about the digitalization and how Estonia has taken advantage of this technological explosion, let's say. OSCE, it's significant in European security. Small states and middle powers are essential. I've taken the example of Austria, which is a critical mediator. The strategic diplomacy of a middle power within a security-focused regional body is well explained through Austria. Then the Council of Europe, where human rights are being protected, the value of democracy, dynamic engagement of smaller members is apparent. And I mentioned Belgium because it's got this intricate linguistic landscape. So it's best example, in my opinion, about promoting language rights and minority protections. Now, regarding diplomatic innovations within European bodies, we talked before about soft power. I don't want to repeat myself. It's a significant pillar of diplomatic innovation. I mentioned and Sweden's feminist foreign policy. Then cultural diplomacy and its approaches. I mentioned Greece, because
It's our country. We've got a great cultural heritage, as my colleague here will later explain. And it's diplomacy where nations focus on areas where they excel. And we've got also Denmark's green diplomacy, Luxembourg's financial acumen, and Estonia's digital prowess. Then shaping European diplomacy through innovation. We introduce fresh perspectives, values, and solutions to address contemporary challenges. And small states have the capacity to innovate, to adapt, and strategically employ resources. We've got challenges and opportunities. Let's examine them. Challenges, for example, economic pressures because of globalization. We've got some economic pressures from countries that have limited economies. Then we've got some external economic shocks, like, for example, COVID-19. Security threats from countries that face, like our country, that have a constant neighbor who presses them, and we need to handle with these matters, and the rise of populism in several countries, and environmental concerns. Of course, this goes together with sustainability. Now, about opportunities and strategies. We have developed digital diplomacy. Like I mentioned before, Estonia leads the way. We've got collaborative projects like Visegrad that we mentioned before also. Technological advancements like diplomacy, since we've got you here. Imagine how diplomacy was in ancient Greece or in Byzantium. Now even the Prime Minister can just pick up the phone and talk to his to another Prime Minister. Everything has changed. We've got green economy and a neutral stance from small states and middle powers. How have we grasped these opportunities, and how have we faced these challenges? The small states and the middle powers, they have showed adaptability. Of course, size matters, like we said yesterday, but their adaptability, their strategic thinking, their ability to grasp the opportunities and reframe the challenges help them survive. And this is the effective diplomacy and foreign policy of the 21st century. On my paper, I have some case studies about the Czech Republic, Netherlands, Portugal, Estonia, Norway, and Ireland. It's about innovative approaches and how they have faced these challenges, and diverse strategies to seize diplomatic opportunities. For example, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, they have always chosen the soft power of diplomacy through dialogue and negotiation. Portugal mediates conflicts and promotes stability. Estonia, again, a pioneer in governance and cybersecurity. About Norway, its role in peace mediation, because small states can be powerful mediators. And Ireland, how EU membership transformed its economy. And once again, size matters, yes, does matter, but diplomatic strategies extend beyond sheer size through leveraging historical experiences, needs expertise and innovation. And inspiring lessons in diplomatic resilience, the transformative potential of diplomacy for nations of varying sizes and capabilities. Some implications for the future. We've got complex pathways ahead. We've got this multi-faced nature of diplomacy's evolution. We've got a multipolar and a multi-centered world, like we mentioned yesterday and even before. New opportunities to establish strategic alliances. We've got technological prowess, green diplomacy together with sustainability and environmental diplomacy.
We've got small states and middle powers that are excellent mediators, and they facilitate dialogue and mitigate tensions. Regionalism as a pathway, a crucial role in addressing global challenges. Populism, unfortunately, reconciling domestic pressures with foreign policy coherence, and a glimpse into a complex future means agility, expertise, and collaborative strategies through regional bodies. My conclusions about small states and middle powers, that influence goes beyond their size and beyond their economic power. We've got, through regional bodies and cooperative initiatives, we have diplomatic strength. Small states and middle powers have the ability to adapt, to innovate, and to align with evolving global norms, and they are resilient in the face of adversity. They are capable to endure. The impact is not peripheral but central, and the influence in diplomacy is not solely determined by size or might, but by visionary leadership, collaborative efforts, and adaptability to changing circumstances. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we'll move on to Professor Baldur now.
Okay, I think you can hear me, Professor Tsakonas.
Yes.
I think it's time to start shouting as regards my presentation. I think I will have to share with you my PowerPoint, because I cannot really explain and discuss Blue Homeland without looking at a number of maps. Give me 2 seconds to share. I hope you can see this presentation. I will not open full screen because sometimes it stacks, usually in conferences. So I will keep this format, my presentation. What I will do, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Tsardanidis, my beloved colleague and friend, for giving us the opportunity to co-organize this workshop. I'm terribly jealous that I cannot be there. I would like to, I'm terribly to thank, of course, the chairman, my beloved friend and colleague, Professor Takis Tsakonas, and another. I wish I was there to see and chat with my third, perhaps, beloved colleague on the table, which is Stelios. But I think we can do it another time, because I didn't have the opportunity to be there in person. I had an accident with my foot, so I have a difficulty to move to places. But nevertheless, I will give you some let's say headlines of research that I have just started to conduct, and it's funded by the University of Macedonia through the research committee, and follows my vision I had to continue my over 22 decades long study of Greek-Turkish relations. Just to figure out that the situation is getting a little bit worse as regards Turkish claims and aggressiveness and assertiveness in its foreign policy, which directly challenges Greece's sovereign rights and even sovereignty. And I would like to humbly present my ideas quickly in front of people that have great experience for the last several years, if not decades, studying Greek-Turkish relations and writing about it. I think it's only the third time I'm writing on Greek-Turkish relations. My last paper was in the 20s, when I published an article about the diplomacy of earthquakes. And I'm not quite sure that this diplomacy has showed up again. This is something that we will discuss. What I will focus on is the way in which the blue homeland narrative, if not doctrine, which I believe it has evolved as a doctrine, has affected or has made or has forced or has encouraged Greek foreign policy to be more focused, more specific, more realistic, and more effective. We will discuss this. And all I need from you is to challenge, or at least to critically assess my methodology and my the way I'm presenting this logic, because sometimes through looking at the literature around international literature, I'm a little bit lost of the perspective and the direction I shall follow. Nevertheless, what I will do is I will proceed with theoretical perspectives, and then I will briefly discuss the nature of the threats in an evolving strategic context, which I believe the strategic context played quite a substantial role in states like Greece, which can be considered, according to the literature, a small state. According to the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, then this is a middle power. This is something that we can discuss, but nevertheless, it shows, and Greece's foreign policy in the last several years demonstrates strategies that more resemble to small states' strategy. And for this reason, I believe, and this is something that we can discuss, that the international the regional strategic context primarily supported Greece to form such a foreign policy, which I described later on. And then I will say a few words about the contested character of the blue homeland narrative, which is presented nowadays as a doctrine, as I said, and then I will highlight with, let's say, key words, not describing because I do not have the time, to describe the character of Greece's response, which from a period of inertia, it seems to me, and being affected by the recent events, not only in relation to Turkish irredentism, but also from a number of external events that have taken place in the last, at least in the last 8 years. I think it has evolved into, or perhaps more, it has evolved into forming or morphing an active composite policy, which is more in the direction of what I called a liberalist-informed realism. And I will explain at the end of my presentation what I mean by this. Looking at why I have to include this theoretical perspective, because I have been accused from my colleagues that I'm very policy oriented and not theoretical oriented. That's why I'm going back to my Canterbury background to look and search the theory, IR theory, and to advocate that I think that classical, neoclassical realism both explain both countries as regards Greek-Turkish relations neoclassical realism is also used as a theoretical tool to explain Turkish foreign policy, and this is used also by Turkish colleagues. And also what I would add, which is something that nowadays in recent publications, even some Turkish colleagues use, constructivism. Because it is not without constructivism to form and to adjust the neoclassical perspective, which tries to optimize opportunities and challenges in order to optimize and capitalize on them in order to serve national strategies and empowerment in the context of an anarchical society. At the same time, it is very important by the time we have to see the blue homeland in its evolution in the last few years, in the last almost 6 years. We cannot really explain it without looking or without employing constructivism, constructivism's assertions, because it's something that builds narratives. And basically what I see is a state that usually tries through strategic communication, which is something that we do not have. It's not our strong point as regards our foreign policy and international strategy. Uses in an excellent fashion in order to make it a normative, ethical, and to let's say to add a normative, ethical, and existential caliber to at the domestic as well as international level to a blue homeland in order to mainstream it, to make it a mainstream in Turkish foreign policy. And this I cannot really explain it without using constructivist assertions and basically conclusions. And looking at Greece's foreign policy, on the other hand, again, I cannot but accept the importance of leaders in the last 5 or more years. And the importance, this is something that I think Professor Tsardanidis in one of his previous publications has already highlighted. It is important to see at the role of prime ministers, the role of decision makers in Greece's foreign policy in the last several years, to see that by the time we do not behave with fear, phobic is the word. We do not project our phobias against Turkey. I think our foreign policy is getting better, and this is something that gives Greece's foreign policy in recent years a more dynamic perspective, which also is informed by the margins. And this is something that, again, we can see in another publication of Professor Tsardanidis and Stelios Stavridis with another third person about de-Europeanization, which means that Greece has started to pay attention to bilateral military agreements, to build on a bilateral basis, bridges and connections with strategic partners in order to promote its interests and basically build a regional strategic stability which serves its national interest. This is what I will advocate. Before going to Greece's foreign policy, it is important to me, I think, from what I have been observed in the last few years, looking at the blue homeland narrative, because it gets on my nerves. It is very important to see how important this narrative has become for Turkey, What I have observed is, at least in its own character, is, as we all can admit, entails an expansion in character, which for different reasons is presented as a strategic doctrine expecting to offer maritime weight and therefore maritime prerogatives, bringing back the hitherto lost maritime advancement to Turkey, which basically will add, or we complete, let's say, its vision as regard from a power credentials point of view. It will substantiate its vision towards a neo-Ottoman foreign policy, or a national role conception. If I can remember my PhD theoretical basis, the Turkish national role conception, which basically is substantiated by its dream to recover its Ottoman past by exploiting different kind of gaps and absences from the region of great powers. Therefore, it is, as I will say in a second, it is to me, and this is something that we can discuss, and I desperately need your perspective, because some of the colleagues from the international bibliography, which I think I have covered to a great extent, quite extensively. I think that there are a number of scholars which believe that this is something that is temporary. The objective is for Turkey through the bullying, let's say, this aggressive bullying towards promoting this blue homeland narrative, challenges seriously Greece's sovereign rights as well as sovereignty, at the same time to be included at what it is built in the region and basically assume the lion's share. And then it will abandon the doctrine. I'm not quite sure that I can buy this argument. In contrast, what I advocate, and this is what the blue homeland assumes, is that Turkey, by exploiting, as we will see in a second, by exploiting a number of events at the international stage, it seems to me that builds a narrative which is going to apart from challenges Greece, it basically assumes or projects such an irredentism in order to assume and gain, let's say, a greater position within regional fora like the EU, which at this stage, it's the door, I think, is rather closed, and at the same time assume a greater influential position or stance to vis-a-vis greater powers. And it is Turkey's I think it is in Turkey's vision to employ and optimize the blue homeland at the domestic level by using a very strong propaganda policy, which I have experienced while I was twice in Erzurum. In 2019 and this May, and I couldn't believe the way in which Greece is presented as a strong challenger of blue homeland, every day for a week I was there. Every day Greece was presented as the aggressor against the blue homeland, which is the existential doctrine and vision for the future of prosperity of Turkey. And it seems to me that I had the impression that we were almost at war. And for this reason, I was very surprised to notice that there are still some colleagues that believe that this blue homeland narrative is something temporary. To me, it is not, because Turkey is a large state, assumes greatness in the international system, assumes and asks for a position in the permanent five. It was very, very upset that sometimes it cannot participate in regional settings like in the Eastern Mediterranean. The initiatives, as I will describe, as I will say later on a little bit. And it seems to me that this overambitious middle power perspective that is presented these days, as I quote a Turkish colleague, a recent article from a Turkish colleague, I think that is not going to be abolished. In the contrary, as we are experiencing these days, this overambitious middle power vision, which also involves a coercive diplomacy and aggression towards Greece in various phases and levels, I think it will not disappear. Okay. Yes. Okay, yes, I will do that. As I said, it has been presented as a as a matter of Turkish sovereignty and honor. It rejects provision of international maritime law as regards Greece's interests and rights in the Aegean. Challenges the legal status of Greek islands in the Aegean swath of the Aegean. And what I would say is that it's presented from strategic, operational, and tactical levels by different ways in order to challenge through different alliances and legal agreements or illegal agreements, to be more practical with Libya, aims to challenge whatever international maritime law advocates. In addition, it behaves aggressively and uses also hybrid, conventional and non-conventional aggressive practices towards Greece in order to substantiate and excuse its aggression in the name of providing the blue homeland elements. The way in which the international strategic context facilitated the projection of blue homeland is the Arab Spring, which opened different spaces for Turkey. The American pivot, which basically offered space to Turkey to promote a more assertive image in the region. The EU closed door, as I said, which basically formed and encouraged Turkey to look to other areas, Eurasian perspectives, or even at a greater Central Asian places, also flirting with Russia. The energy findings in the East Med, which demonstrated its Turkey's inability to participate and cooperate and with countries in the region without any concessions. And at the same time, the war in Ukraine demonstrated, or at least unveiled, Western criticism on revisionism and aggression, and changed the European security landscape in the form of by unveiling the importance of power politics. And now I will show to you the evolution of the doctrine and the challenges it poses to Greece, which is something that, of course, we can discuss later on. But all I would like to focus on in the 4 minutes that I have is that for Greece, this is an existential threat. The materialization of Blue Homeland has made Turkey to act aggressively, employing methods of conventional and non-conventional character and practices. It threatens war. The rhetoric is absolutely aggressive. It warns for an overnight military surprise if Greece does not keep quiet. And at the same time, it openly challenges Greece's sovereignty over a number of Greek islands in the east swath of the Aegean, claiming its allegedly illegal militarization, thus questioning Greece's sovereignty. And in this light, Greece's foreign policy response, I think, has evolved in being formed in a composite fashion in light of irredentism and revisionism, this strong revisionism by Turkey. And what I see is that Greece is, for the last few years, is balancing through augmenting military readiness and effectiveness through military procurement in order to deter a first attack, in order to increase the cost of a first attack. At the same time, it formulates alliances by optimizing the general strategic context and forms strong military, on a bilateral basis, alliances and military agreements of military assistance and mutual defense, including mutual defense clauses. I have in mind the agreement with France and a number of other bilateral agreements with Israel, the United Arab Emirates and Egypt, in order to increase the cost of evolving aggression, especially in the region. I think what Greece tries to build and construct is a context of a number of agreements and also employing institutions and this idea of liberal institutionalism in order to demonstrate its commitment. And this is important, and perhaps from a realist perspective, it adds the liberal international perspective by abiding by the Euro-Atlantic institutions and the liberal world order, and it presents itself as a status quo country, promoting basically what we call the rules-based international order. And this is something that is welcomed by the West. And it seems to me that it combines this one of the rare moments, it seems to me, from the Greek foreign policy point of view, that it seems to me that Greece's foreign policy brings results. And I think by looking at this four perspective, I didn't say much about a fifth perspective that is missing, and this regards a strategic communication perspective, which is terribly missing for Greece's foreign policy in contrast to what's happening in Turkey. By this four-dimension, let's say, presentation of the Greek foreign policy, I think I will finish. And I'm open to comments and questions when time comes. Thank you very much for your patience.
obviously food for thought for all of us. I made a list of remarks here, but I should probably discuss it privately with you, or highlight some of those during our discussion period. Now we'll move from high politics to, I wouldn't say low politics, but less, let's say, less high politics of apparently small states, Andorra and Monaco, is the case studies of Professor Chukla. Do I pronounce it right? Chukla. Gonna give us a talk on parliamentary diplomacy as a key factor to conclude the monitoring process of the Council of Europe in Andorra.
Okay, good afternoon, and really indeed will be a different approach from high-level policy to smaller states, with some cases even of Kostas Haritos material in this presentation. I will explain why. In fact, in the middle of this panel, I returned to the panel of yesterday when we spoke about microstates and the role of the parliamentary diplomacy in order to move forward some important institutional reforms. This is the case of Andorra, and this is the case of Monaco, both in the frame of the instruments in Council of Europe. Speedily, I will present objective methodology, hypothesis, the study cases. For this, I must to explain some historical background, and then the conclusions and hypotheses. Well, this article study in detail how Andorra and Monaco access to the Council of Europe and how the parliamentary diplomacy helps both countries to improve the quality and the standards of democracy and standards that request the Council of Europe. This is democracy, human rights, and rule of law. We're in front of two different cases. In the case of Monaco, was ex ante parliamentary diplomacy in order to push for strong reforms before the access of Andorra to the Council of Europe. In the case of Monaco, had been ex post reforms. It means Monaco became a member of Council of Europe in 2004 under several conditionalities. And thanks to a good and bad practices of parliamentary diplomacy, Monaco fulfilled these commitments. And this is the relation between the two microstates and the parliamentary diplomacy. In order to present this, I must explain what it means monitoring committee and monitoring procedure in the Council of Europe, in the Parliamentary Assembly, and some institutional designs, peculiar institutional designs of the Andorra and Monaco constitutional optional decisions. About methodology, is participant observation, as a former member of the Council of Europe for 11 years and for 15 years a spokesperson in the Spanish Foreign Affairs Parliament. The study case, I will present the background in Andorra and in Monaco and deep interviews for former politicians and diplomats. The two hypotheses. Hypothesis number one, in the case of Andorra, parliamentary diplomacy played a relevant role and was deployed prior to the country's entry in the Council of Europe. The question mark is this political plus diplomatical strategy could be absolutely crucial in order to the acceptance, the entrance, the accession, of Andorra to the Council of Europe, if this is crucial or not. And the second is how After the accession of Monaco in the Council of Europe, parliamentary diplomacy played a key role for the reforms in Monaco. About when the slides have too much words, it's not productive. So this is too much words. I will try to point out only 2 or 3 points about this. Before Andorra have adopted the first constitution only in 1993. Only in 1993. When we spoke yesterday and we studied Andorra, Monaco, and San Marino, we are in front of 3 very different ways. Monaco have a constitution since 1911. San Marino is a very old democratic system with several reforms without written constitution. And Andorra was a small country in the Pyrenees without the standards of our democracies before this important report in the Council of Europe. It's for the reason that something happened, I will present this, in the 1 decade in order to move forward these reforms that conclude with the adoption of a constitution, the first constitution, the current constitution in Andorra. And this is when Costas Charitos have a lot of work. Let me to be a little bit informal in Saturday afternoon, because I have room to increase, to enlarge my investigation in these factual elements. In the Liberal International Congress in Hamburg in 1986, a resolution was adopted inviting the Andorran authorities to undertake an institutional reform within the framework of the negotiations that Andorra authorities were holding at that time with the European Economical Community. This is 1986. 1 year later, a Danish deputy, a liberal as well, a long-term deputy, a well-known deputy in Denmark, a journalist, Mr. Elmqvist, take advantage, turn it, this resolution of the Liberal International Congress, in a motion tabled in May 7, 1987, in the PASSE, in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. I am quite familiar in the dynamics of PASSE. In a very speedy, in a very fast-track decision, the Standing Committee sent this motion for a report to the Political Affairs Committee and for an opinion to the Legal Affairs Committee. So this looks, and I say that this looks because I need to interview more people, I need to increase the information in order to find if the links between Liberal International motion and the decision took by the Standing Committee. The result of this is that the Political Affairs Committee have the responsibility to elaborate a report about one country which one is not member of the Council of Europe, and to enter in details about one country and the standard, about the democratic standards of one country outside of the Council of Europe. This looks some kind of diplomatic exogenous, parliamentary diplomatic exogenous pressure. Let me to say this as I wrote in my article. At the same time, in 1987, 1988, a strong and very well prepared campaign happened in Spain in order to replace one of the 2 heads of states of Andorra. Here I need to explain that Andorra have a peculiar system because have 2 heads of states. One is the president of the French Republic, has the continuation of Comte of Foix, as the successor of the Comte of Foix, and the other is the Bishop of La Seu d'Urgell. Brackets. It means that the Catholic Church have two heads of states. One is the Pope, the head of the state of the Vatican, and the other is the Bishop of La Seu d'Urgell. Okay, this is for historical reasons, because the Comp of Urgell decided to pass, to endorse, and to solve this capacity to the Bishop of La Seu d'Urgell. La Seu d'Urgell is a middle-sized town, 10 kilometers from the border with Andorra. In 87-89, last previous century, the entourage of the King of Spain tried to replace the bishop for the King of Spain. And this is quite well explained in details in the article, but I don't have time to enter in details. I have a theory why the King of Spain tried to do this. And here appear entourage. José María Armero was a well-known journalist, but the leftist parties in Spain was in favor to replace the bishop in order to remove clerical elements as a head of the state. And this Mr. Fernández was a leader of liberal group in the Spanish parliament. It means once again liberal international appears in this diplomatic strategy. The result of this is that at the end of the day, in 1989, the Bishop of La Seu d'Urgell, means one of the two patrins, met with the Prime Minister of Spain, Felipe González, on April, and they agreed in 2 points, very political points. First, truth a report in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, they will present a deal. The deal is that the report will respect the bishop as a head of a state, and the bishop will support a written constitution and the institutional reforms in Andorra. For these reasons, I say that Costas Haritos could have interest in this, because I need to collect more information, and especially to understand if the internal opposition in Andorra was in relation with Liberal International in order to promote all of these reforms. Immediately, the Prime Minister of Spain, Conec, socialist, spoke with the President of France, François Mitterrand, co-Prince of Andorra. They agree in this report. The rapporteur from the France side is the very close friend of the Mitterrand president, Pontillon, Mr. Pontillon, former mayor of Suresnes. This is for the Spanish dimension have and socialist dimension have the historical background. And the result of this is that on May 1990, the Parliamentary Assembly adopted a report with a recommendation of a written constitution for Andorra. This is an example of parliamentary diplomacy ex ante. On March 14, 1993, Andorra adopted the constitution and all the reforms that Council of Europe recommend to Andorra. A different case, Monaco decided, under the leadership of the previous Prince, Rainier III, decided to access to the Council of Europe in 2004 under several conditionalities. These conditionalities is to face several institutional reforms. And this is when the monitoring committee in Council of Europe plays a crucial role. When yesterday we spoke, if these parliamentarians in the international parliamentary assemblies are influential, not influential, just symbolic, in these capacities and other capacities, the representatives in the parliamentary assembly in PASE are real influential, because the rapporteurs for one country under monitoring have the capacity to put under vote of the assembly one country under monitoring. For instance, now Poland and Hungary is under monitoring after the accession, because they didn't part of the list of countries under monitoring, because mainly the countries under monitoring Council of Europe are former Soviet republics and former Yugoslavian republics. Well, the result of this is that in 4 years and a half, the two co-rapporteurs can push and can step forward in order to overcome the list of reforms in the monitoring. And then, I'm sorry because in this page I appear, but briefly, then the Parliamentary Assembly moved Monaco from monitoring to post-monitoring. And in this moment, a former deputy from Luxembourg took the responsibility of the post-monitoring process. And this is an example. I will try to be polite for several reasons, because I try to be polite and because I am recording, and we are under record. But a former minister of Luxembourg close to the bank sector for several years can present any kind of progress report about the Monaco reforms in the Parliamentary Assembly. Full stop about this. But even, and this is an example of bad practice, this rapporteur, 4 months before of parliamentary elections, decided to consult the Venice Commission. The Venice Commission to examine, in particular, the compatibility of the constitutional provisions relating to the National Council, it means the Parliament, with democratic rules, taking into account the specificities of the Principality of Monaco. Well, these decisions have a clear impact in the political dynamics, in the elections, even in the des-Europeization of Monaco in this. For an agreement of rotation between political groups, Ambreser became president of the Assembly, and all the reports under her responsibility declined. Then, under invitation of several colleagues of the Parliamentary Assembly, I took the dossier, and in less than 2 years we can conclude the post-monitoring with 6 reforms. In the paper is the detail of these 6 reforms, and my conclusion is that it was quite common sense to conclude these 6 pending reforms. But for this was necessary the involvement, the positive mood of the Monegasque delegation. The rapporteurs for monitoring, like the previous ones, and Madame Brasser and me, we spoke with the delegates of the Monegasque. And according with the rules of the Parliament Assembly, it's necessary that in the monitoring committee, the presence of 1 member of the ruling party in the Parliament and 1 representative of the opposition. In this case, Mr. Alavena, that Professor Stabilos know very, very well for several reasons, and 1 representative of the opposition, Mr. Pasquias. They work very well in order to conclude, to push the government and to conclude the reforms in the country. And in April in 2015, the plenary session decided the post-monitoring in one. The conclusions. The conclusion is that it's difficult to say that this diplomatic pressure over Andorra was the key factor for the new constitution. I think that it's a very relevant factor. I said that I need to investigate a little bit more about what is behind this coordination between Liberal International, PASE, the Spanish political agreement between Prime Minister and the Bishop, so on and so on. But I can assure I can present enough objective elements in order to say that diplomatic parliamentary diplomacy is the key element. In any case, the political deal between Prime Minister of Spain, President of France, and the Bishop of La Seu is to present this reform through a report in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. This is fact. And it's obviously that in the case of Monaco, all happened through this monitoring committee. And the monitoring committee have a great power to promote and control compliance with obligations to the rapporteurs appointed from among the members of the Commission. And this is one of the powers of this parliamentary assembly. And this is the validation of my hypothesis. This is all from my part, and I remain available.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we should conclude at 4:30. Right? So let's move to our last presentation by Mrs. Georgia-Manoulopoulou, who's going to speak from identity to prosperity, revealing of the power of cultural diplomacy in small states and middle states, the case study of Greece and Italy. And I was wondering whether cultural diplomacy is cultural diplomacy as such or manifestations of power.
Well, this was a discussion we had, yes, through the other panels as well, Professor Tsakona. So, and we've seen, I hope I reveal the power of culture, not only in the foreign policy or national identity prosperity, but to reinforce also you last minutes of our 3-day fruitful and inspiration workshop. So my presentation, my paper is about the power, the soft power. We had the different kind of analysis of, even we've heard about sharp power, not only hard, but sharp, that China and Russia is using. And it's a primary piece of work, of research, about cultural diplomacy, conceptions, misperceptions about its role to identity, to transform or even educate the so-called citizens of the world. This is an aspect I'm investigating also as well. And of course, the co-forming of state and non-state actors, and how can this synergy may be effective, not only for Greece and Italy, but all around as a strategic, as Hilary said, foresight approach, with collaboration, not only stakeholders from government, national or institutes, or even the so-called group thinkers we've mentioned before. Just a question, to be politically correct, to be in time, a matter of also religious diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, and even more public diplomacy. Right now, 2023, is it AD or CE? Well, there's a big dialogue through scholars, through the scientific, politicians, a big dialogue about the chains. AD, as well using in Latin, is after Domini, it's after the birth of Christ. We use it many years, and then comes recently, this century, Common Era, BCE, before Common Era, CE, Common Era. Is it political correct? Is it about culture? Is it about being neutral all around the nations? Are we citizens of the world? Is it, do we use it? Do you know it? Have you used it? Or not only in academic literature, or even in political papers and strategic approaches through policy, diplomacy, and culture. A conceptual trilogy. I like trilogy. I like this geometrical balance. And culture, we have policy and diplomacy. I'll try not to be too tired with theoretical approaches, but this triangle is that as the constructive model to have these shared cultural values, this common ground, common value. We'll discuss later about the new, and then we have the terminology, which I cannot investigate it, as I come from a philosophical background from the University of Athens. So here comes culture, politismos in the Greek world, polis, politics, politiki, policy, and then the word diplomacy, the folding Greek word that means diplous in ancient Greek. So what about prosperity? Is it the well-being? Is it what Aristoteles used to say about the well-being of a gathering of citizens that are in the mentality that they are citizens of the world? In my paper, I analyzed all these aspects, and of course, the flourishing part, the human, because we've said during our panels, we didn't, soft power has a different approach. It's more human-centered, that we've missed that during the last years. So there will be theoretical framework terminology in my paper, and then the aspects about the new adults' perspectives. We talked about new skills, the soft skills, the life skills that we are like citizens need to have, and of course to practicing soft diplomacy in all issues. And then the literature, all the academic and the recently academy and the dictionary about cultural diplomacy from Canada and from Berlin, the institute in Berlin. And so what are the core elements, how all these are related with all this framework, and a European Union puts culture, heritage at the heart of peace building. 3 days ago, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said about the climate change and this power of culture and solidarity. We also talked about solidarity during the COVID, of course, pandemic, during the Russian-Ukraine war, but almost 6 years before in the international conference here, few meters from here, Nika Habermas said about solidarity, talked about culture, about social values. The need is the network, is this DNA helix to construct this revealing power. Primary data, interviews, of course, participation and observation from inside as a member, active member, and in Europeana, and from a working experience in the Ministry of Culture, the civil society, Yazoma, and we have this resolution about culture as a common good, as a common ground to have this ability to save the identity, values of nations, people, citizens, prosperity, understanding different countries. And then, according to these key principles, we've talked about the new model of cultural governance, participatory. We've seen also in the Conference for the Future of Europe the same. And what are the bonds between, what is this construction of this DNA helix, because I like also biology, and all these actors and strategies. We also talk about the sustainable agenda for development, and we've seen for G30, but we also a big discussion about G7 and all these development policies for culture in the heart of economy, in the heart of growth. And also the final report, which was the big participatory citizens Europe is you, about one of the issues of the priority changes for Europe for 2035 is, of course, putting citizens' empowerment, leadership, and of course events, culture, and all these strategic sectors. The conference, as we've said, one of the pillars, one of the basic topics was, of course, culture, education, digital transformation, the European diplomacy, immigration, we all talked about this, and value, security, and national. And the European initiative, the new European Bauhaus, and climate change, innovation, culture in the heart. This is cultural diplomacy. This is how I transfer all these points, all these initiatives, which was also a big call for the next generation. This is also important, the next generation to change the cities, the countries, the nations in a trilogy of aesthetics, innovation, and of course towards to the new climate crisis. Not a change, we have a climate crisis. Antonio Tajani 3 years ago said about the beating heart of Europe, cultural diplomacy and its dimensions. In my paper will be to the identity and the relationships between foreign policy, international and cultural relations, because there are differences. And then it's not only cultural exchanges, it's not only academic, educational, even Erasmus, all these initiatives from the institutions are related, and national identity, a sense of belonging, shared values, cultural, as we've talked before, historical identity, religious, political identity, and the economic growth, standard of living, innovation, technology, all these initiatives that will be investigated, and to those 2 case studies, Greece and Italy, the instrument and the new governmental diplomacy agenda, as we spoke, as in the in-depth conversations and interviews. There's no such framework between the Minister of Cultures and Minister of Foreign Affairs to have a framework about how to establish, how to practice culture diplomacy. Even my working experience at Ministry of Culture, we discuss often, and my colleagues often are, what about cultural diplomacy? What is it? Only the Minister of Affairs are aware. And a couple, we've talked before, and the Professor Vlachakis, I've seen Roder Beaton about the Greeks, and this May actually was the professor in Mesology, because we have 300 years of Lord Byron, and the Philhellenism, which also are cultural ambassadors, and we have now the Museum of Philhellenism here in Athens, the new one, up in Psychiko. And cultural initiatives, you've also had a lot of and different kinds of academic papers about the 100 years of Lausanne, 200 years from Greek after the revolution, and then an art of diploma statement, the Parthenon project, and what happens now. Here in the photo, we have the return of the Fagan fragment from the Sicilian, from Sicily. It was successful, reunited into the eastern frieze of the Parthenon. This is a gesture of cultural diplomacy. This is a gesture of a statement of the power of culture between the Sicilian government, the Greek government, and Alberto Samona, which is a journalist, activist from the civil society that made all this happen. And of course, we talked about also from other pop and the cultural gesture that Pope from the Vatican Museum gave in Greece, gave in the Museum of Acropolis, and he reunited with 3 fragments from this is really recent. It's a few months ago. And my last chapter will be the map, a chapter about the synergy. And don't forget diaspora. We've also had a conversation about the Hellenic diaspora, all these cultural ambassadors spread all over Europe and the world. And we had this establishment in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the General Secretary of Diaspora and Public Diplomacy. And we have made a research in the Institute of Hellenic Diaspora, which is a foundation established and situated in my hometown in Patras. And to close, with the synergy between state and state actors and the new skills, not like Professor Vlachak said, not lobbying, but policy making under a specific framework. The challenge, how can we ensure a reinforced, coherent, long-term, now is the momentum. Because now it's being understood, all this soft power, hard power, all the Nietzsche diplomacy and all this. Thank you, the art of a soft power. Closing all the workshop. Thank you for being here the last minute, for your patience and your attention. Thanks. For questions, if the other also colleagues. Okay. If you
provided that there is a microphone.
There is one here.
Close to you. Okay. So we may now, as mentioned, get about 30 minutes. So we may proceed with.
Could you pass the
with the question?
Some water, please. Thank you.
With questions, and if I may, using the prerogative of the, I was very much tempted by Professor Baldur presentation on an issue I'm very much involved over the decades, I would say. So it's one or two questions or highlights, but what we have already mentioned. First of all, based on your presentation, I think, if I may, rephrase somehow the title of your presentation by the one you suggested to one referring to a response of a small medium state. Greece is considered a small medium state, facing regional revisionist by a state which considers itself as a central power, not as a middle power. That this is of particular importance about how Turkey itself perceives developments in the international environment and respond to those issues. And now about the recent rapprochement, let's call it recent rapprochement between Greece and Turkey. I was wondering how you view the elements of Greece's strategy vis-a-vis Turkey, meaning the next steps in this strategy. We are aware of not really a plethora of elements. CBMs, mostly confidence security building measures, the positive agenda, the political dialogue. My question is mostly on the issue of the end state of this process. What do you consider to be the end state of Greece's strategy vis-a-vis Turkey? is normalization of relations or resolution. Yes, please.
It is the last panel, but certainly it was not the least interesting one. I will stick only to one question to my colleague, Professor Baldur. This is Kyriakos Michaelis, in case I'm not shown. A small comment and a question. The comment is that Turkish foreign policy literature, composed especially by Turkish scholars, has had concerns over the last 10-12 years about the expectations capabilities gap. But at the same time, I add, the blue homeland signifies something that has less gap. It has high expectations, but also rising capabilities. Drilling ships, oil search ships, drones, and obviously one plus possibly one more helicarrier. Thanks our Spanish friends for that, for helping Turkey in that regard. So my question is, there are objective criteria to analyze a country whether she is a small or a middle power. But as Professor Baldur knows, I will go to intersubjective criteria. So how do you see the Greek state's self-image about that? Does the Greek state see itself as a small power or as a middle power? And if it sees itself as a small power, do you see the transition from a self-image of a small power to a middle power being the solution to that? Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists. I actually have a question to each. On the first one, I thought that was a really great overview of all the key points. I think you captured it very well. I just wonder, because you were talking about small and middle powers, whether there's a particular definition that you are using. I know there's a lot of debate in the literature. I just wonder, because you called Austria a middle power, so I was just kind of curious. And then to our presenter online, I hope you can hear me. I'll try project. I thought your example of Turkey ignoring or challenging Greece's maritime rights in the Aegean, I thought it was very interesting, and I could see a lot of parallels in this case study with what China is trying to do in its own sphere of influence. So I just wonder if you have also ever thought about a few overlaps in some of these strategies that states employ. And then the third speaker, it's not a question really on what you presented, because I don't know a lot about it and I just found it very interesting. But you mentioned the rapporteurs quite a few times, and I know you mentioned you were also rapporteur, I think, on Monaco, San Marino, yeah, Monaco. And I wonder if you've ever thought about doing work on the influence or role of rapporteur on another. You're rapporteur on Monaco, but you're not from Monaco, and on these kinds of this kind of work. And my last question, last presentation, also super interesting. And I think actually it's a nice way to bring my question is the last way to bring the last panel back to the very first speech by Professor Barry on the first day, because I really agree with you on the importance of culture diplomacy. And when I'm in Greece, I look around, I see the food is amazing, the history is amazing, the mythology is amazing, and I think the world has a big recognition of the culture aspects, and it should continue to build on it. And yet I always would expect Greece to be even more influential, even more economically capable than it is right now. And in the first presentation, Professor Barry talked about the problems of a closed economy in Greece. So I wonder how in this advocacy and work for research on culture diplomacy, you also take into account the fact that, well, it needs to be combined with other things like opening economy and so on to be capable, to really excel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tsakmas. This is George Papadimoulis from the University of Macedonia. My question goes to Professor Baldur, together with my wishes for quick recovery. Would you say that the pursuit of the blue homeland is an irrational stance, doomed to fail if met with an appropriate response? And to what extent has Greek appeasement over the years
has in fact fueled the blue homeland narrative. Thank you.
So appeasement is taken for granted. Good. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes. I have one very short question for Professor Baldur. It was Nikolaos Vlachakis, my name. It wasn't from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It wasn't very clear to me what was the constructivism in the Turkish attitudes regarding as a new element in this neoclassical realistic attitude which was previously. It wasn't very clear to me. If you can clarify this one. And a very short remark with Madam Pulu about the conceptual framework. You could also enrich it with the notion of the cosmopolitan morality, which is the whole spectrum of the philosophy of international relations. It's a new concept related with the ancient concept of cosmopolis and the Stoic philosophical tradition, but which comes to the actual debate. Right now, you will find in the bibliography very rich references. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
I would like to pose a question to, and I'm very thankful for Professor Baldur introduction, and I would like to ask, according to your research, you have come to a conclusion that Foreign Minister Dendias approach that Greece is a middle power. How come that a middle power in an international arena has not effectively achieved to activate the international tools to respond to the Blue Homeland dogma at the time that, as we all know, Hagia Sophia in Istanbul is actively used as a mosque. Masterminder of the Blue Homeland dogma, ex-Marine officer, has pressed pledges against the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople for the mere reason that he has, as he has, the patriarch institution has been doing for thousands of years, he uses the title of ecumenical. That is the chief of the Orthodox Church of millions of Christians around the world. How come? Thank you.
I only have a comment, actually. Some of the things that Professor Baldur has said regarding the Madivatam, the Blue Homeland concept. But this is a doctrine that was theorized by Jem Jordanis 20 years ago. Probably in his mind it was much older, and then it was elaborated further later on by Cihat Yergi, two ex-admirals of the Turkish Navy, that they both belong to a very small segment of Turkish society, which is ultra-nationalist and Eurasianist, pro-Eurasianist. It is true that it has become part of the narrative of the AKP, of the ruling party, but that was after 2012 to 2013, when all rapprochement with the Kurds failed, and Erdogan turned to the nationalists in order to be able to win more elections, to get nationalist vote. Since then, there has been a cockfight between conservative powers but secular powers in Turkey, and the AKP, MHP, which is a coalition of Islamists and nationalists, on who is more nationalist. In the last elections, the actual focal point was nationalism. We had 3 different coalitions, all of them had nationalist parties in them, and 25% of the vote went to nationalists. So since the focal point was nationalism, Mavivatan, the actual blue homeland concept, was very much popular among them. Erdogan has proved himself that he has been, that he is an opportunist. He will take advantage of whatever he can in order to achieve his political goals. And that would be also elections, winning elections. And he has been very successful actually in that. I don't think that he's going to pursue the blue homeland doctrine in his foreign policy. He will continue, of course, to have, to a certain extent, nationalist ideas and nationalist goals, perhaps, for Turkish foreign policy. That is something we expect, but not necessarily something as irredentist, as maximalist as this. Besides, the only party that clearly supports the blue homeland is the Vatan party, which has been, since 2015, it's been in the Turkish elections, and it's gone from 0.35 to 0.1%. So it's a very, very small part. I don't think, that's personal opinion, that the blue homeland is, in the main political stage of Turkey, is going to be used as anything more as a tool for someone who wants just to gain more votes. That's it, nothing else. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I have a question, comment, or something that it's my mind. Because what is blue homeland? You say, and you use narrative, then you say strategy. For somebody who is in, like, deals with the defense, strategy is aim and steps to get this aim. And Professor Antoni say now it's a doctrine.
It's a doctrine. It started as doctrine. I don't know.
And then it makes some problems with research, because if is it narration, you use the narration analyzing. When is it a doctrine, you use other methods like text analysis. So what is it at the end, at least in your research? Thank you.
Probably you might add or include your response to what extent this has turned into being a doctrine, starting as a narrative and then to a doctrine. Was that because it has been officially adopted by Erdogan himself? Is that an issue one should take into account? That's a criterion. Is there any other questions? No comments?
I have a question for Georgia Manolopoulos' presentation. I was trying to raise my hand technically, but I couldn't. So that's why I'm shouting. Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. And my question is, do you think that there is a practice of Greece in promoting its cultural diplomacy that can be kind of used in Italy as a good practice, or the opposite? Because both countries share a great history and culture, and it seems to me that it might be interesting to see whether there are practices that can be transferred as good practices from one place to another. Have you searched, have you any idea on this? Thank you.
So we go to your response, starting from who would be interested in Professor Baldur has got
okay. I guess I can start. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for your questions. I think I go for the last one. I will start for the last one question as regard what it is, whether it is a narrative or a doctrine. Indeed, it began as a narrative. And in my research, I've started to find out that Turkey is trying to connect different kind of policies, strategic visions to this blue homeland assertion. It involves a number of elements. Although it has started as a maritime or a kind of narrative presenting a vision of power projection of Turkey in the Aegean, including or involving all previous territorial and different kind of claims related to the Aegean or the Mediterranean. It seems to me that it has been, of course, it has been announced as I already used, I think, Hulusi's advocacy in 2019, I think, when he presented officially, he adhered officially the homelanders narrative as a notion. I don't quite remember what his words, but it says that it's a matter of Turkey's existence and welfare, which means that as long as it is connected with Turkey's existence, this is not something that can be abolished. My humble experience in studying Greek-Turkish relations for the last several decades, really, when I was taught Greek-Turkish relations from Yannis Valinakis and Professor Veremis, I have figured out, which of course we all observed, that the list of claims of Turkey is increasing rather than decreasing in the last several years, or in the last, let's say, in the last 4 decades. And there is nothing from the list that has been disappeared. Perhaps I'm wrong, and I challenge someone to tell me or to name one of the claims that has been disappeared from the list. Whether it is a doctrine, a developing or an evolving doctrine, this is something that it's closer to my mind. This is why, and I will agree with Kyriakos' comment that it's not perfect. It has, of course, the great challenge in international law that it raises, the great challenge it poses to a NATO member, gives the space for greater dialogues and discussions, and perhaps it is certainly an overambitious narrative. Allow me to keep myself constrained in this word at the moment, because as I said, it has started as a narrative using constructivist practices, the practices through strong rhetoric, through a strong campaign in public diplomacy, in Turkish mass media campaigns, presenting as an existential issue in the Turkish public opinion. I'm not quite sure that the blue homeland narrative projecting this expansion, Turkish expansion, let's say, in the Aegean as a legitimate issue. It's something that was well known 10 years before, but it's getting known, it is getting familiar to Turkish society, and this is something that informs me that, or gives me the assumption or makes me assume that it will remain as long as the Turkish public opinion is getting familiarized to this idea. And I'm not quite sure that it is a small percentage nowadays that knows about this narrative. And it is constructivism which, with all the rhetoric in the mass media, apart from the campaign of Erdogan during the elections, the narrative continues in the Turkish media, trying to connect an ethical, visionary issue connected with greater and the great Turkey and the greatness of Turkey, stemming from its past, from its great and glorious past, related to a blue homeland, which is something that is directly connected, and blue homeland is going to substantiate, as regards maritime issues, this great vision of Turkey. And it seems to me, I wish I was, I hope I'm wrong. However, again, I do challenge distinguished professors and analysts to tell me one thing that has been disappeared from the Turkish list in the last 40 years, which is, I have to think which is the thing that has been disappeared. On the contrary is the case. And for this reason, and I go to Professor Tsakonas' question as regards the rapprochement, the recent rapprochement, which was apparently it was my final slide, which I didn't show to you. I think, and of course, my answer now will also answer the question about whether Greece is considered a middle power or a small power. Developments show that Turkey's attitude as regards this aggressive promotion of this narrative at this stage of blue homeland has side effects, not positive ones for the Turkish image, which means that Turkey has an interest in going to improve relations with Greece. Earthquake diplomacy, it seems to me it's only temporary. History shows that it might end up into a number of agreements, useful ones, necessary ones. We all know a number of discussions or certain discussions that are taking place for the signing of specific agreements. We do have, both countries have an interest in signing specific agreements. And at the same time, both countries have an interest in negotiating and improving conditions. And in one way or another, I'm not quite sure, Professor Tsakonas, where is the end game. The end game for us perhaps might be to gain some time. The same applies for Turkey before it increases its military might. But in any case, Turkey has a strong interest in participating in what you described along with Dokos, this collective security scheme that has been built in Eastern Mediterranean. And I think that it might be a good chance for Turkey, as Valinakis argues, to negotiate for us to basically to exchange perhaps a participation of Turkey somehow in this scheme in return of abolishing this narrative altogether, which is something very a fair issue, I think. But in any case, what is smallness as regards Greece? Smallness, I use Rebecca Pedi's definition or description, because she has paid quite a lot of attention the last several years on this, which means that a small state usually follows rather than leads. And therefore, I do agree that that Greece is still a small state, despite former MFA's description. And as regards China power projection, I don't know what, sometimes power projection is quite effectively promoted by China using its economic power. And this is something, and it's military diplomacy quite extensively, and economic diplomacy as well, which is something that opens some eyes or some doors, perhaps, as regards Greece's unfortunate stance as regards its public diplomacy and strategic communication, as I said before. I don't know about the end state of this rapprochement, which in any case, it will provide some space, about 5 years or 6 years or more perhaps, in order to for Turkey to finalize its and for Greece as well, I guess, to see the final stage, or perhaps a better stage of its position to work within the wider Euro-Atlantic setting, which means that Turkey will not leave it will not leave its position unexplored in the context of CFSP and CSDP. It's going to negotiate its position there in order to negotiate something in the Aegean. We all know this betting and this quid pro quo that Turkey, and this pazari that Turkey's diplomacy is very famous about. Therefore, it seems to me that we have to wait until Turkish diplomacy and request and pazari will unfold. I think about Greece's self-image. I have what I'm saying to my students as well is I'm fed up of the former Greek national role conception as a bridge and as a beacon of stability in the previous decades, because we didn't produce in the past, we didn't produce stability. In the contrary. On the other hand, I believe that these years, in the last, I think, few years, at about 6 or 7, the last 7 years, I think we have changed. We are changing, and this is important. And this is something that it remains, Professor Tsakonas and Professor Tsardanidis, I think this is something that remains unexplored. I think that the self-image these days of producing regional stability matches with practices, which is not the case before. It was not the case in the previous decades. And this is something that has to be explored, and I think that there is much space for research, for further research. I think I have to stop here.
For others to respond? Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you, Professor Briffa, for your question. You are very kindly. Secondly, I feel a little bit sorry to return with 2 small countries in the middle of this very sensitive foreign affairs matter for the Greeks. No, because really, we spoke with Professor Karalampaki or Karalampaki. That was difficult.
I'm not professor. Just to make sure.
It was difficult to adapt in your program to cases of small states, so it's a little bit exotic, but I follow with full interest the case, and these 3 days was an opportunity to enter in details about this very sensitive matter in your foreign affairs policy and what happened from it. Well, but I am go ahead to respond. About methodology, as I presented, my paper is based in 3 dimensions. First, the participant observation, because one is one tool of our study, academic study, one technicality, as a former member of PASE, and I am part of this paper in a very small portion because the monitoring process of Monaco was 10 years and I was less than 2 years in charge of it. So for this reason I am mentioning it. The second dimension is the study case of Andorra and Monaco, and the third one is the in-depth interviews with former ministers, heads of delegations of these 2 countries in the country. This is about methodology. Secondly, I must explain a little bit, but a little bit better, what it means monitoring in the Council of Europe. The Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe has a consultative body, has a consultative body of the Council of Ministers, and nowadays have some very relevant powers. As we said yesterday, I said yesterday, for instance, the election of the judges of the European Court of Human Rights by vote, second vote of the members of the Assembly, and the monitoring of several countries with a low profile of the standards of the Council of Europe related to human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And this is a mechanism which one starts in 1997, when the Parliamentary Assembly decided that over the 47, now without Russia obviously, 46 member states, some of these member states must be under a special in-depth control of the Assembly. By the way, Turkey is one of these member states under monitoring. This is just factual, but I want to comment with you that Turkey for a long time is under debate in the Assembly. Well, how works this monitoring? And this is another important power of the Assembly. The Assembly appoints rapporteurs for these countries under monitoring. And these rapporteurs have power, the power to the interaction with the country and the authorities of the countries, and the power and the capacity to propose the Assembly to continue with the monitoring or to conclude the monitoring if they can present the evidence of the progress in the reforms of this country. In order to find a balance and qualified personalities for these capacities, works 2 or 3 rules. One is that one national with borders with one country under monitoring cannot be rapporteur. So a French cannot be rapporteur about Monaco, for instance, or a Greek cannot be rapporteur about Turkey, for elements of subjectivity. Secondly, the mandate is 5 years maximum without the option to be re-elected. Third, for monitoring is 2 members, has a mechanism of checks and balance in order to validate the evaluation and to be sure that not any kind of syndrome of Stockholm works, because this is what we need to scrutinize in the work of international organizations. And this is why, because I am Spanish, I don't have borders, and I conclude this in less than 2 years, I was in this capacity. And I think that this is all. And
It's in Council of Europe.
yeah.
Okay, we are behind schedule.
Oh wait.
No, that's too late.
Yeah.
Go ahead. But first, no, wait. Let's more. Exactly. Ms. Manoglou and Ms. Patricky, to the extent you would like to.
Yes, should I start? Yes, I can be very brief. So, thank you very much, Professor Briffa, for your question. So, regarding the first part of your question, if I use a particular definition, so I used 3 pillars, for example, the population and the size, then the influence that the particular state under examination had in the international politics, and then the behavior, like we mentioned before. I can remember who was that mentioned it. That means that if a state consider themselves to be a middle state, then they act. It was you. It was, I can remember. I'm sorry, but these were the 3 main pillars that they used. Now, regarding the second part of your question, I'm very happy that you asked it, because this means that my inner battle and questioning was right, because I was wondering myself. I found Austria stated that it is a middle power, and I was on one side. I was afraid to doubt it. Since I found it, I was thinking, okay, perhaps I should state it. On the other hand, I was thinking, okay, Austria is not small, but it's not big. Like Professor Baldur said, small states follow, right? This is, to quote you, this is what you said before, they follow, they do not inspire. And Austria, it follows. It's always in the shadow of Germany. And even though I can't, here I may have made, perhaps I'm mistaken, but I can't remember if it's the current chancellor or the previous. I googled the names because I had forgotten them. It's either Karl Nehammer or Alexander Schallenberg, who had some rather extreme right opinions. I couldn't remember the names, and I couldn't. Okay, so even though his opinions were rather yes, rather extreme right. In the principle, Austria is a neutral state. So its history of neutrality and its history of bridge building expertise makes Austria a critical mediator. And according to my research, mediators are mostly medium-sized countries. So I decided. Sometimes they're small also, but I said, okay, let's go by medium. So I hope I answered your question, and
I give a very short question.
Yes.
Yeah, just something that might be useful for you is last year there was a new book by Samuel Kruizinga, I can write it down for you, The Politics of Smallness in Modern Europe. And he has a framework that might be useful for what you're doing, where he takes he says we need to stop saying what is a small state, is it not, is it is not. He said what matters is exactly what you were saying, how states view themselves, which they call, I think, auto-images, how states view others, which I think he called meta-images, or hetero-images, so that's how like you view me, and then meta-images, which is how I think you view me, and then the consequence, and then how they act as a result of that. And there are some case studies in the book also on mediation that might be useful for you, because in that context where it would matter, for example, is in relation to mediation. For example, Jack Corbett, at his work, he's written about the competent performance of vulnerability. So he said some states, like small states, want to be seen as small and vulnerable, because then they say, well, we make the perfect negotiators because we are not self-interested, we're not big and powerful, we just want everyone to get along. And then they get to become the mediators and contribute to international security, which is normally what we say is the domain of great powers. So in that sense, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't small, it's that it's what smallness does by presenting itself as small, it's able to mediate. So I can give you some references.
Please. Yes. So, thank you very much.
The name of the
yes, Samuel Kruizinga, I can write it down.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be short about the question either Professor did, why all these, and this is actually that we all are discussing about. There's not a holistic approach, and the one thing is this, the other is we don't have the mentality of synergies in Greece in a central level, and now comes from the bottom-up policy, as we've seen. And there is a big misunderstanding for many years in our country that culture has nothing to do with internship. They cannot collaborate, you cannot talk about cultural industries. It's for many years this was to like industry and culture, or to have a strategic plan on a holistic experience, because this is about culture. Greece is not sun, sea, and of course the food, culinary, and all this, and this is actually an intouchable heritage. We have tangible and intangible under the frame of UNESCO. So, and the convention, the recently ones. So we don't have yet, but now the recently years, I will come to your answer, like one good example. We're trying to have this holistic approach to put internship, to have this under the cultural governance that everyone is against. So to be a really serious and well established master plan of cultural experience, cultural roots that will combine digital, economical, and transformation, which is economy is totally related to our culture. This must be, and also to be a mechanism to have this destination like management in under the new models of strategic plan. One good case study is the synergy with Microsoft and Olympia that we have with and artificial intelligence tools, and you can also visit in the museum next to OACA, this new last year, innovation, culture, and the cultural side where all citizens from all over the world can visit. Actually, Olympian, our common ground is you can have it online and with special tools, or in situ in Olympia and in the Museum of Olympic Games here in Athens. Another good example comes from the synergy from Minister of Culture and Piazoma, which is the Attica trilogy. 3 cities, it's not only Athens, it's Lavrio, the industrial, with all this industrial history, and there's a route to the central policy maker, Athens Acropolis formation time to now, and to Elefsina, which is now the European cultural capital, and it's the religious diplomacy with Elefsinia and all this. Just those two examples, of course, the Belarus Festival and the Delphi Forum, all this, the Democratic Forum, and much more, which I've seen faces really tired looking. I'll stop here. Thank you for everything.
Yes, please, I would like to add words. I'd like to thank you all very much, and Professor Ben, that you were able to join us via Zoom. Thank you so much for traveling, for participating, for your contributions, for your wonderful presentations. I think it was a 3-day, very interesting and inspiring workshop for all of us. By exploring the vulnerabilities of small states, we draw valuable conclusions and maybe suggestions, assumptions and propositions about small states' agency in the world order and the role that middle powers play in balancing this very interesting relationship between small states and grand powers, but also international institutions. I think we made new friends, we challenged each other, we had passionate discussions. So with that, I thank you so much. And I would like to announce that we will try to make this an annual event. So please be on the lookout in your emails about, a prospective workshop next year. Of course, this institute is going to have other international events, so for that you should also be on the lookout. Another very important announcement is that please wait for my and Dr. Tsardanidis' response until October 15, that we are going to inform you about the collective what sort of publication we are going to create out of this workshop, because there is, in our mind, there cannot be a workshop of this caliber without concluding into a publication. Otherwise, it's all for the show. And here we are not for the show, we are here for the serious scientific work. And also that those of you who have not sent your papers yet, please try to send them ASAP until the end of September, please, in order to be considered to be included, because we will start the reviewing process to be included in the publication. That's it. If also we are going, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Can I just ask a question about this?
Yes,
if we have already sent you our paper, but maybe we want to update based on the feedback, do we do that and then send it to you before October 15th? Or just as soon as possible?
Yes, do it before
so that we can take on board
Yes.
the point of the work certificate.
Yes, no problem at all. And for any questions you have, anything that comes up now, we know each other, please email me anytime, or you can even call me, you have my phone number. So this is about the workshop. Now we are thinking of going to the Thea bar rooftop, which is at the Central Hotel, just to have a goodbye drink. So if you would like to join us, I also sent an email out, just for a couple of hours before we part for good. In order to get there, the address is Apollonos 21. It's 7 to 9 minutes walk from here. You just go straight, you cross the avenues, Ameriki Street, you cross Stadium, you find police, you turn left, and then you find Apollonos, you turn right, and the hotel is right there.
Google Maps.
How did you call the place? Okay, Central Hotel.
I understood where, but that's for you. Really nice.
Because I will forget it, like I'm jumping back, but it's back to you before we leave. There is a very good book, A Classic in International Affairs, Perception and Misperceptions by Robert Jervis, 1976, which is exactly about this workshop, the misperceptions actors create about themselves and about other actors play in their policies. And we see that with small states and middle powers all the time. So before we go to the more, to the newer literature, it's always good to revise the classics of international relations theory. This is a very good book. Robert Jervis, please read it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Bell.
Thank you very much.